Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mrs. Richards, may I have roll call, please? Oh, good morning. Calling this meeting to order. Mrs. Richards, roll call, please.
President Anderson, let the record show that all 5 board members are present.
Thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, a motion to approve the agenda? Second. In a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We're going to move into a public hearing to discuss the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, and we'll be getting a presentation from Mr. Moore.
Good evening, President Anderson, members of the board. Tonight, presenting the proposed FY25 proposed budget. And as they pull up the presentation, this proposed budget is the final budget with utilizing the budget forms from the Auditor General. As you recall, all through January, February, March, I walked the board through estimated what this proposed budget would look like so we can issue contracts in March, et cetera. So what I've done in this presentation is show you the difference from what the board tentatively approved to what we're officially proposing to adopt. And so I'll get into that presentation. So again, our school budget timeline, we are at the start of the year. We are in the process of proposing a budget, and then as statute outlines, we do have to adopt this budget at a later date and before July 15th. So we will bring back the same budget on June 26th to officially adopt. One thing to note, in this legislative cycle, there is no official K-12 budget approved at this point in time. So what we're utilizing at this time is tentative budget forms that the Auditor General sent out. Those budget forms kind of leave everything flat because the Auditor General is very conservative. If there is no increases right now in the legislature, they're not going to include that in the forms. And so I'll go through that in a second on some of the assumptions that I'm taking that I'm pretty 99% sure that are going to happen and that I'm taking into this proposed budget. So with that being the case, I did put a September date in this kind of budget timeline because at the point in time the legislature does finalize a budget, they will give us final forms. And so if for some reason during now and the time they produce the final forms, there is maybe new funding, I'm optimistic, we would have an opportunity to revise our budget before September to capture that new funding that the legislature may have passed in the time between right now and they finally approve a K-12 budget for next year. So that's what that September date is for. Again, I'm optimistic there may be new funding, but realistically, there doesn't look like there is much available funding to maybe do some of the things that happened in previous years, like the one-time supplemental funding that came this year. And so, but it's on there, and we'll wait and see as they work through that process. And then in December, again, we have the option because we're taking in this proposed budget takes in assumptions on enrollment, and our budget is directly based off enrollment. That's the main multiplier. If we're off by 1% in December, ADE will tell us, hey, you're required to revise your budget prior to December 15th. So in years past, we haven't, but we have, I think 3 years ago. So that date's always on there. So as we look at the 25 proposed budget highlights, I'll start on the left, the legislative conversation, like I just alluded to. The FY25 budget from the state is not approved yet, so we are using tentative budget forms. A part of that budget conversation, this has been the kind of expectation now, is every year the AEL limit gets either exempted in that legislative cycle during the budget conversations or exempted at a later date. And so I put that bullet point in there because we're currently exceeding the aggregate expenditure limit, schools in total, by $1.3 billion. So that would be, again, we would have to look at cuts approximately of like 16 to 19% to our budget if that AEL is not exempted by March. Again, I put it in there. I'm confident that they may come to a resolution where they exempt that. But again, right as it stands right now, that is not exempted for 25. So an important bullet point to note. The last bullet point there, it does look like, again, with the funding concerns at the state level, I think we've all heard about the deficits and how are they going to make up some of those deficits. There is conversation, again, I'm being presumptuous, that they're going to look at reducing the school facilities division allocation, specifically in the building renewal grants program. Currently, they're appropriated $19 million, that's statutorily. And in previous years, they've been, through the legislative cycle and the K-12 budget cycle, they've been appropriating additional dollars to the tune of $183 million in this current year. Where we anticipate some of the cuts being made to make up some of the deficit at the state are this building renewal grant program. So we could potentially see $183 million less in that program. That program has been very important to us as a school district who doesn't have bond funding. Higley High, for example, we were appropriated $1.2 million to complete that weatherization. So without that funding there, that really puts an emphasis and a strain on our capital budget to remove, that grant potential. Again, it's just another avenue in which we will have to navigate with funding concerns going into 25. What we do know, again, and what I'm taking an assumption on these budget forms, because I'm 99% sure these are going to happen, is the 2% inflation adjustment. Again, there's a statutorily formula that outlines when the legislature needs to appropriate that. Everything right now is showing it's at 3.5%, so minimally, I know 99% sure they'll put 2% when they finalize this FY25 budget. So I'm taking that into consideration. And also the 4.62% increase in capital that was previously enacted by Governor Doug Ducey. That was a 3-year program. This is year 3 of 3. And so those are the only 2 assumptions I'm taking into consideration. Like I said, if something optimistically were to be added to the budget that affects K-12, we can revise in September and capture that, optimistically additional funding for schools, if that were to be the case. And then the last bullet point, as the board is aware, the board approved a resolution calling for an override election. This is our last year of being fully funded. So if that election does not pass in November, in fiscal year 26, we'll have to start the phase down approach. And again, that's approximately $3.5 million. We'll have to phase down that first year, and then it grows on the next 2 successful years. So the last section there, the budget transfer, I've talked about this many times, but we transfer M&O dollars to pay for our capital leases because our leases have to be paid for from the capital fund. And so this year, in the past, we've transferred more dollars to cover major projects, but again, with our budgets being tightened, right now we're just transferring the minimum amount needed to make our middle school lease payment for next year, which is $3.55 million. Again, the bullet point there, no additional transfer for major projects. Okay, so looking at the FY25 budget, what the board last approved was our revised budget on May 8th, 2024. So you'll see that number up top. That budget included the 100th ADM reconciliation, which we ended up down 226 students, or ADM. And then I just want to note out too, again, last year we were transferring more money from M&O to capital for major projects. We had the lease payment, but we also had a little more in there for major projects, so that total was $5.6 million that we were transferring. looking at this proposed budget, like I've talked about, we're trying to be conservative and noticing that we've had a year of student loss. We're projecting in this proposed budget 100 ADM loss. Looking at enrollment numbers, we look at them kind of weekly and how we're trending. I'm optimistic that we won't see that 100 ADM loss. So it is, I'm knock on wood, we are trending kind of flat right now, and so that is very optimistic considering we're only in June, early June. So again, this proposed budget includes the 2% inflation increase to the base level. And then again, this is the M&O transfer to capital of $3.5 million instead of 5.6. So you'll have more money in M&O when we're not transferring as much out to capital. And then the estimated budget balance carry forward of $22 million, coming down slightly from where we were in '24. So you put all that together, that does show an increase in M&O of $1.9 million. Again, a lot of that increase was discussed with our compensation approvals, a lot of our utility increases. So that $1.9 million will cover all those tentative approvals that the board approved in March. Looking at capital, or sorry, one more slide. Average teacher salary, this is a prominent point on the budget forms, and it's been, now we have to post it on our website, et cetera. So I wanted to highlight the average teacher salary calculation and why you see a percentage decrease, essentially. There's a typo up there, sorry. It says increase, it should be decrease. But anyways, the average teacher salary is calculated by taking all teachers employed in '24, the prior year, and then looking at the budget year, which is our proposed budget, in '25, and then you see the either decrease or increase. And so we are seeing a slight decrease, approximately 2% decrease in average teacher salary. But I have some comments below that kind of explain how that happened. So again, our average teacher years of experience has decreased by just under half a year. So taking cumulative teacher experience from last year to this year, we have come down. There shouldn't be new news, as you've seen many teachers leaving the education field. And so we've had new teachers hired that has less experience than teachers that are leaving the field. And so that decrease is probably 5% decrease in average teacher salary experience. We also had 2 very tenured teachers moving to contracted teaching, so that takes them off of our payroll. Between the 2, there was over 55 years of teaching experience, so that's going to swing. The average. In addition, this calculation does not include supplemental pay, so it's just base pay. And just a reminder, the board approved at 1.5 increase from M&O, and then an additional 2 to 3% from the classroom site fund base amount. So with those increases, they were offset by the decreases in average teacher experience and then some of our longer tenured teachers moving off the program. So it's not again, this calculation is in statute, that's the one we have to use. But again, it's not a reflection of kind of what the board has done to increase teacher pay, so much as it is a reflection on where teachers are moving in terms of the experienced teachers, right? They're moving away from the profession. And again, that should not be news. That's been nationally documented across the nation, and then Arizona is not immune to that. So looking at the capital side, again, you're going to see some larger decreases here as we've allocated a lot of our capital to major projects. We're putting our capital dollars to work. So what the board revised to on May 8th was we had just over 26 million. Just a footnote that the capital budget formula uses prior year ADM, so a little easier to kind of budget for, as you don't have this huge swing in the middle of the year. We can actually look at prior year ADM and know exactly what our capital fund will be. Again, last year we were transferring, capital was getting a little boost from M&O because we were moving more funds over to cover major projects, such as Higley High and the Williamsfield track. In 25, again, that's not the case. We don't have the funds available, the resources available to transfer over for those major projects. And so the main thing that the capital budget includes in 25 is that 4.6% increase, again, than previously enacted legislation. Less money being transferred to capital, so you're going to see a lower dollar amount. and our budget balance carry forward, because we are putting those dollars to work to come to, again, pay for projects and the maintenance needs that we have. We're bringing that down to $4 million. And so all that total $15.3 million was highlighted when I did the capital budget plan to the board. And if you want to go back and look at that, it has all the details on how that 15.3 will be spent throughout our district. So that's going to show a drastic decrease from our revised, 24 revised to our proposed of $10 million. But again, we are using our capital dollars for the needs of our district. And just kind of next steps is, again, today we're looking at our proposed budget, and then later on the agenda, we have an action item to approve this. Again, we're using preliminary school budget forms that the Auditor General has issued in conjunction with ADE. This must be approved by July 5th, but the way our board calendar works, June 5th meets that deadline and gives us enough time to get back for June 26th, which is when we have to have an adopted budget approved. So what we're proposing today on the adopted, I can only decrease, I can't increase any of our numbers. And so like I said, the legislature did give us that September date in case there is legislation approved where there is increase in K-12 funding, we can come back in September. But I cannot include, if something were to happen in the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, I cannot increase what I'm presenting tonight to what I'll present on the 26th. I have to come back in September, include those increases, just the way statute reads and how I have to present the budget forms. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public for public comment or questions. Is there anybody who wants to come forward? That's a no. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Now we have a public hearing regarding the instructional time model, and this is going to be from Mr. Berkshire. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Today we are bringing the first of our 2 required public presentations on revising our district instructional time model. Some background: in 2021, ARS 15-90108 authorized school districts to adopt instructional time models to provide some flexibility in the method and manner in which instructional hours are provided to students. This actually began before the pandemic, but it became really necessary during the pandemic, and so our current model is really focused on that pandemic response. Recent changes in ADE guidance around funding for homebound students required us to start looking at our instructional time model, and as a result, we started to look at different ways we could use that instructional time model and not make it just focused on homebound. So our context, what we really want to do is provide students in unique attendance circumstances with a continuity of learning. So these would be students in homebound situations, chronic illness situations, specialized athletics and performing arts. For example, if a student is an athlete and they're gone 2 days of the week on a consistent basis, we can provide continuity of that classroom instruction without them actually being absent. And then advanced academics. So some requirements around the ITM. We have to provide ADE with the modes of instruction, so how will students receive their instructions. We need to provide them with how are we going to track attendance, and then finally we have to provide these 2 public hearings. So what we are proposing for our modes of instruction is that we can use multiple models of instruction with students. Currently, our primary model is in person. What we are proposing is that students would have the option of a blend of different models depending on their particular needs. That could be remote, where it's facilitated online by a certified teacher, asynchronously, mastery-based learning, where a student has to go through and prove that they have mastered certain competencies. And then finally, project-based learning, where that student learning is around a project or problem with a final product or performance. So, for example, with a homebound student, ideally, that instruction is in person. But there are days where they've gone through chemo and they're unable to participate in that in-person instruction. By allowing us to do a remote option, they can still qualify for the hours necessary for attendance, but not have that burden of trying to work at a specific time on a specific day that we've supplied for them. So how would the attendance tracking look? Currently in person, it's taken by a classroom teacher. K-6 is daily, 7th through 12th grade is every period. So for remote student, when the student goes remote, the hours will be tracked and reported in parent view by a family, similar to HVA. And something I forgot on the prior slide, and I apologize. These are unique situations, so they would have to be approved by site administration. There would be a contract between the student and the teacher, really trying to make sure that this is the right thing for that particular unique student in that unique circumstance. So if a student was required to go into remote, again, it would be asynchronous learning and work completion that would be tracked and measured. If we were looking at mastery-based learning, then that would be, for an example, a student in HLC, they're currently working with Apex, and Apex has certain mastery competencies that they have to accomplish through that Apex. This would allow us to basically say there is a certain amount of time that they're expected to be engaged in that work in Apex, and by accomplishing that work, they've met the hours and the minutes required for their attendance. Project-based learning would be very similar. We would identify this is the amount of time that a student would need to take in order to accomplish that project-based learning, and by setting those milestones, we would identify that as that attendance tracking. And then finally, how would students be assessed in this environment? Classroom assessment would be identified in that initial contract between the teacher and the student and the family. It can be done either virtual or in person. District and state assessments, those would be required to be proctored in person at the student's homeschool site, and that would include final exams, district benchmarks, and state testing. And obviously, with unique situations, there are accommodations that might be made in all of these. Any questions?
President Anderson, I love the idea that parents can decide what type of education their child gets, whether it's online or in person, and I love that we're able to offer that. One question I do have is, will a child be able to go back and forth between online and in person? And also, as a parent of an athlete who does club sports and has to travel sometimes during school, I think I heard you say that they will have the ability to make up the work. If you can correct me if I'm wrong.
So the idea in this is for those students in very unique situations, so that pull them out of their classroom for example, with I remember we had a student at one point when I was at Coronado that was a dirt bike racer, and they would be gone 2 to 3 days every couple of weeks. And that would negatively impact their attendance. They would get those attendance letters, those kinds of things. This would allow us instead to say those 3 days you're in attendance in person, you are engaged in that in-person instruction. Those 2 to 3 days that you are out at your competition, there is remote learning available for you. By completing those remote learning tasks, you'll be counted for your attendance. But we want to make sure that this is really used for those students that really genuinely need it. And so that's where that contract piece comes in. So it's initiated by family with administration, but then making sure the teacher is involved in that plan and how that's going to be created. And then ultimately administration at the site and district level will have to approve it in order for it to move forward. We want to make sure that we have students out there that have this need. It's a very small percentage. For example, homebound, I believe, Shauna, we have 8 kids. So this is our objective is really just to help those unique students in those unique situations. We also have students at the high school that sometimes attend what's considered to be summer learning at Harvard, Yale, those kinds of institutions. But for them, summer is August. And so frequently we have to make accommodations for those students in terms of when they start school and what we can do for them. This would allow us to provide some additional support and have them start at the beginning of our school year, even if they're not here.
Thank you. This is a great move to support all those needs for families and students. I'm sure as instructors, professionals in this room, we all have those kids in our head right now that we're thinking how it can and does benefit them. Can you, Mr. Berkshire, explain to me what a day would look like for a teacher that's balancing this? Is this one teacher that may have to do the project-based or mastery learning, or will it be another teacher taking on the load? And if it is one teacher, what resources and what help is being given to them to help them be successful?
I think it's going to depend on the student, so it's very individualized. The most frequent application I see of this is going to be that in-person and remote. And so at the secondary level especially, our teachers are already using Canvas. And so this basically just says, you're not here, what you're doing is on Canvas and available for you. The student is basically doing that work that they would do in class at home or in the hotel or wherever they are. In terms of the mastery-based and the project-based, I see those as very much specialized. Those are probably going to be most likely our kids that are enrolled at HLC and our HTAP kids, and maybe some CTE applications as well, but very limited on those two. And so again, because of that limited basis, that's where that teacher and student and administration collaboration piece come in and identifying what it is, what's the responsibility on each side. It's very similar to what we do right now with students that are on a chronic illness form. There are certain things that they all agree to, each side, but it's a collaborative effort in how that's developed. And we are still working on what that form will look like, but we will certainly bring that to you once we have it.
Thank you. That would be good to add. I'll add it to the later agenda items or status updates on my list. Thank you, Mr. Berkshire. Are there any other questions or comments?
President Anderson, I do have one more question. How will this impact, let's say a child with a 504 and IEP decides to do online and their accommodations aren't necessarily hands-on that would require them to be here, but they do require some sort of accommodation that could be supported online. How would that work?
So anytime we have a governing board member, Vice President Van Hook, anytime we have a special education student that reaches out and wants to do the online learning or some sort of different type of learning than is typical and that we see, we require that the IEP team meet, review those students' needs, and identify how those needs can be met in that online environment. Unfortunately, we do have some students where the online environment is not the best option, and we have those difficult conversations with those families and then work with those families to come up with an option that they're happy with and where we feel the students' needs are going to be met. Sometimes that involves changing the IEP to clearly identify which things can be offered in person and which things can be offered in that online environment. But just like Mr. Berkshire had said, everything's unique and individualized to that student, so it's part of that IEP team process.
President Anderson, I just wanted to make a comment on, I I recognize that this is such a small number of instances in which this would actually be used, because it's not intended for all of our IEP kids or the large bulk of our population. But from a teacher perspective, from a student perspective, from a parent perspective, I think it's really great that at least the state allowed us these options to be able to accommodate, because in these circumstances, what often happens is all parties involved, from teacher to parent to student, spend so many hours trying to figure out how do we not penalize these kids for the circumstances they happen to be in according to state standards. So I think not only should it save teacher time on how we can do some of these things, because we already have the canvas or it's set up ahead of time, but I think overall from parent to student, at least feeling as if, you can live your life dealing with the other things that you're having to deal with while also trying to not have to prove yourself from doing these things, I think is really great. So awesome, thanks.
Okay, it's open to the public now for comment or questions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Berkshire. We'll now reconvene in open session, and we'll move to the consent agenda. I motion that we approve agenda items 4.1 to 4.17.
Second.
All right. Pass to Tiffany for a second. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I'm actually going to abstain from this vote, but I'd like to explain why, if that's okay. So part of the reason is because we didn't get our answers to some of our questions in time to be able to pull items off the consent agenda. But related to 4.3 personnel action items, I disagree with giving performance pay to teachers that are placed on administrative leave. And I was told that we do that because of our MOU between Higley and HEA. And I think that it's absurd that we give incentive to a teacher that might be on administrative leave. And I don't see any employer, any other employer, incentivizing an employee for such actions. But that's one reason. Also on voucher 1102, I did notice there was 2 books on that list. There's 12 books purchased from Permabound. One book is Big Nate and Friends, and if you're reading this, it's too late. There's content in the book related to sex, disrespect towards adults, teachers, eating disorders, and alcohol use, and I don't find that appropriate for students. There's also 4.6, staff travel to ASTA Biosphere 2. There's a lot of information in this conference related to climate change, and I know that this is a hot topic and there's a lot of debate that happens, and if our teachers are going to be bringing that back into the classroom, I want to ensure that they're teaching and allowing critical thinking amongst the kids, and that it's not just a one-sided view, so the students have the ability to make up their own minds. There's also Adobe Max. It looks like we're spending about $4,700 for one person to attend this conference. And I understand that professional development is necessary, but I have concerns about the amount of money we're spending on conference fees, lodging, meals, et cetera. And, if it's something that we can find something local to be able to eliminate some of that cost, I think it's definitely important to keep in mind, being mindful of that. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 4 with 1 abstention. Next is the information items, and we'll be getting a report from Ms. Johnson for the ESI quarter. I apologize, I did skip that. Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry, Ms. Richards and Mr. Lassenizer, do you have any introductions you would like to make? Sorry, I got it.
Thank you, President Anderson. We want to take this opportunity to share our formal recommendation for Mr. Jeff Armstrong to be our new Executive Director of Elementary Education. He has completed 5 years as a principal here at Coronado Elementary, and it would be amiss of me not to acknowledge this past semester he did that without his AP. And all of us that are principals know when we've done that, it's extra fun and extra challenging. So I want to acknowledge him and give him a round of applause. And if you don't know who he is, in addition, sitting next to Mr. Armstrong, we want to announce our formal recommendation for Mr. Brian Griggs to be the principal of Coronado Elementary. Mr. Griggs has 9 years of service here in Higley, both as an AP and as an interim principal this past semester. And you know what, Brian, we appreciate that so much, your graciousness, your leadership, and now you better take care of that school, because the guy sitting next to you, I'm not sure he'll take it if you don't. But congratulations. Yeah.
Congratulations to both. I was just kidding, but I just wanted to say congratulations to both of you, but I will hold it until the end.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. President Anderson, members of the board, very excited to announce 2 deans being added to our middle schools. And so at this time, could I have Leslie Cook please stand? Leslie Cook is going to be our new dean at Sossaman Middle School. Leslie has previously been a teacher, a site coach, a mentor, a Title I specialist, and inclusion teacher. This past year, she was at Power Ranch, and currently she's a summer school administrator. She has very many different hats that have helped prepare her for her role in stepping up as the dean at Sossaman Middle School. And this year, she was also part of our Higley Leadership Academy and was very involved with that. She is a proud wife of 17 years and a mother to 2 children who attend our Higley schools. We're very excited for Leslie to join our team at Sossaman. And now at Cooley, could I have Kenneth De Lorera please stand for us? This is Kenny's 15th year as an educator. He started as a 7th and 8th grade math teacher in Phoenix, and he has served in administrative roles at both the elementary and the junior high schools. This past year, he taught math at Williamsfield High School, and we're very excited for him to join the team at Cooley, working with the outstanding administrators that are here today. So welcome to the team, Kenny. Thank you.
We good? I can. Congratulations to everyone. And I just want, again, to the Coronado, because this has affected my children, and Mr. Griggs, I've stated before how he made a difference in our household. It's very emotional to see that this is happening, because you truly are a gift, and it's a gift for a lot of the faces I see out here to have you in our district. And it's great to hear you share the growth from their leadership program so that we can actually see that happening right now. So thank you and congratulations. All right, next on to the ESI report.
Good morning, President Anderson, members of the board. Before you, you have the ESI report for 3rd quarter, and I want to thank Sharon Rushkamp for always assisting our HR area with this report. As you can tell, third quarter, we were spent $775,000, just over $775,000. And to date, we still have some remaining dollars available on that purchase order, but we are at the fourth quarter, as you know, and we look to be doing pretty good so far. The return to work, any questions on those? Those are the individuals that are retired to rehire. So some of those folks will be either coming back with us or not. And we'll have, I believe we have for the new year, about 6 individuals that have selected that retire to rehire program. So you'll see those next year on our reports as well. Any questions on this report? Thank you.
Thank you. And to confirm, what was remaining gets put into the bucket for next year?
No, the bucket ends and we start a new purchase order. Yeah, we always end with June 30th, and then, we'll start in July when we have somebody come on board to retire to rehire program and subs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now do a short recess, about 10 minutes, and then we will reconvene. I invite those participating today to help themselves to refreshments. Do we have refreshments? In the kitchen? Okay, I was like, I didn't want to say it if it wasn't there. We'll join district leadership. We're going to come down to the tables. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene and begin with our work study on the item 6.1, the progress on the 2023-2024 Governing Board initiatives, beginning with Mrs. Richards, I believe.
Thank you, President Anderson. We appreciate this opportunity for all of us to be in the room on the same level of the floor so we can discuss and, ask questions and move forward. So today you're going to have 4 mini presentations aligned to our strategic plan where we focused on the 4 anchors. So you're going to hear a lot of different people talking, and we're just going to kind of ping around, and then you can't get bored or anything else. All right. So everything we do really needs to be tied to our vision, our mission, and our values. Keeping those in front of us continually keeps us focused along with these governing board initiatives and goals. So this morning, like I mentioned, you're going to get some progress and highlights from this year. So when we adopted this strategic plan in 2022, we were committed not to sticking it on the shelf and forgetting about it. We were committed to revisiting it. So some of the things we share, probably a lot of them, you've already heard or seen, and that's okay because repetition is good for us. This presentation will focus on strategic anchor 1, teaching and learning, and of course, student success. As you know, Higley Helps was aligned to our portrait of a graduate. So throughout the year, you've been updated on numerous things our schools have done, like the Junior ROTC, Midwest Food Bank, Gateway worked with residents at Eternal Springs in Gilbert, Coronado collected care packages, Centennial collected items to send to soldiers that were overseas. Williamsfield has its famous Stuff the Bus. HBA collected and delivered baskets of food to families. And HTA had a toy drive. This is just a few of the things we did aligned to Higley Helps this year. And we appreciate our schools and our students and our families.
Okay, and within Anchor 1, there are 5 indicators within our strategic plan, and this year we focused on 3 of them. And today we're going to share some data and highlights within these 3 indicators. The first one is on the screen, providing exceptional opportunities for personalized instruction, including differentiation, acceleration, innovation, and leadership opportunities. The second indicator is providing guidance and support for college and career readiness. And then the third is supporting a collaborative culture using data and research-based practices. So now we're going to go in depth into each one.
Good morning. For the first one, develop and implement grades pre-K through 12 instructional maps for all specials and electives. Our district coaches met with representative teachers from K-6 art, music, orchestra, band, physical education, and technology. And we came together 3 different times throughout this past school year to create instructional maps for their given content area. And they also met with their PLCs to seek feedback on the maps and then make any revisions from that feedback. Our instructional maps are aligned to the state standards for that specials content area, and they include vocabulary, skills, resources, and assessments to support what is being taught each quarter. We were able to create and update 16 instructional maps for our K-6 specials. And then we did learn some valuable lessons through the process, and part of that was the time that we needed to devote to ensuring that our maps were thorough and included the feedback cycles. And because of that, we wanted to make sure that we had the time needed for the 7-12 maps. So we are moving that to the 24-25 school year because we want to make sure we give it all the time and attention it's needed.
To turn the microphone on, sorry. We started Higley Adventures this year, and honestly, sometimes that's my favorite part of the meeting, seeing our kids so happy and proud of the leadership opportunities they've been involved in. We also highlighted some staff members, but you'll see some familiar folks up there on the screen from Thespians Leadership Camp, our Higley High football team that we continue to brag about. We celebrated this year, along with Gilbert PD Youth Leadership, Kids Club Assistant Leaders, Williamsfield Yearbook, some of our Mandarin teachers, along with students that really shined above and beyond, like Tyler Bubella. And it would be amiss if I didn't acknowledge Tyler Moore in his Certificate of Excellence for Financial Reporting in Higley. We have our lighthouse schools of Chaparral and Santan, and then we have individuals like David Lotzenheiser and Nicole Johnson, Gustavo Landeros, and Jennifer Ignazio that went through Gilbert Leadership. I think we have some other individuals that are going to sign up for Gilbert Leadership this year. So we're excited about those opportunities. You also heard about Future Business Leaders of America. So when we went to schools, we were able to see kids in action, from our superintendent visit to Cooley, Sossaman's National Junior Honor Society. Gateway, of course, has its No Excuses University, where the kids are talking about college, learning cheers, songs, and getting ready to go to college. And we already talked about Leader in Me schools. Whoops, that's there.
In action item 1.1, strategically communicate honors, dual enrollment, and advanced placement pathways through 7-12. This is an effort by all of our secondary schools to help inform parents and students about different opportunities that they had. Different things we did this year included our freshman orientation and curriculum nights, including our AP and dual enrollment nights at the high school to make sure that we can inform parents about options that they have for their children. EVIT field trips on October 18th, as well as college and career fairs on September 19th and February 29th were additional examples of how we highlighted trying to make connections with college and careers. This year, we tried to expand our FAFSA and college planning nights around not just ones that happen in the fall, but we had spring nights available as well. Our college and career specialists worked hard with university admissions to make sure we had reps out of there at least 3 times per month. When you talk about honors, dual enrollment, and AP, again, we did curriculum nights and AP and dual enrollment nights to be able to inform parents what the choices was, especially in January when we go through the registration process. Additionally, high schools held AP and honors freshman parent night orientations. At the middle schools, we talked about, once again, making sure that students understand that the pathway is from 7 to 12, and the beginning of that starts in 7th grade. And so through the course guide process, you can see the 7-12 development of those programs. Additionally, academic opportunities, we're going to talk about CTE, the AP capstone, our diplomas and diploma seals. I really want to brag and highlight our CTE programs that are on our campuses. This year, we set an industry, a record for our industry certifications with 502 industry certifications earned by Higley students. That is an increase of last year from 364. So I need to give credit to Craig Pearson and all of our CTE people for really focusing on that. not only did we earn 502, the most that we've had, 95.6% of our students who were in the class participated in the industry certification testing, and we passed at an 85.5% rate. This is outstanding, and so it's really kudos to those CTE programs for developing students that can have an industry certification that truly can go from school to work immediately. Over the past 3 years, we have focused on different SEALs and capstone and AP Scholar diplomas, and this is really a cumulative work by our teams to make sure that students know that these are available, as well as performance moving forward. So as you can see on the slide, the AP and capstone diplomas, we had 27 over the last 3 years, AP Scholars 156. The seal of proficiency, the arts proficiency is 62. Our Arizona seal of biliteracy has really gone up to 142 over 3 years, which is outstanding. And Rebecca Rodriguez needs to give recognition for her work and allowing and notifying students of the availability of that. You see our civics literacy had 3. Arizona seal of personal finance had 2. Excellence in academics diplomas, we had 37. Our STEM diplomas up to 60, and our service learning excellence seal 7. So we're really proud of the movement that we've had over the past 3 years and getting recognitions for students above and beyond.
Mr. Lotznizer, can I ask a quick question? Yep. For you or anybody that'd like to answer. So what do you think you all did effectively in order to increase? I'm thinking of these certifications. That's phenomenal. So what do you think you all did well in order to get such a great increase?
I think Mr. Pearson led his team to make sure that they were well aware of what the necessary requirements to get the certification was. And so that it was really working with the teachers. And so he would pull in the small groups of the teachers to make sure that they knew what to do to be able to prepare the kids. And then he's the one that actually goes out and tests the students out on the campuses. So it's not something that just gets to the end and be like, hey, if you pass the final, you can do this. No, it's building it up as we go through the year and making sure that we're aware. And so when we look at our programs specifically designed to make sure that they pass those, and it's working with the teachers to know, work with the kids under Craig's guidance. And so I think that specific thing has seen that growth. Additionally, I think our numbers improved because of growth within our police science and our early childhood, 2 different programs that have really taken off. And so as those programs get bigger, we were able to see that jump as those students are coming through more and more. But we speak to all the variety, but those were 2 that showed growth this time.
Thank you.
One of the things we expanded upon this year was our parent information nights. So we offered a variety of after-hours parent nights at both the district office and school sites, addressing pertinent issues like social media use, drug abuse and drug dangers, drug trafficking, suicide awareness and prevention, registration for preschool and welcoming in for new families into the preschool programming, and a special education academy to help parents understand ins and outs of some of the nuances of special ed.
For 1.3, increase awareness of feeder pattern programs and academic planning for post-secondary pathways. This idea of feeder pattern programs is very important as we really want to maintain our students as they start in elementary school, through our middle schools, and then graduate from our high schools. So how do we develop those relationships and that sense of community? Effective ways that we have done this year was making sure that we had program visits, both some programs from higher levels going down to the feeder schools, or feeder schools sending students up. And so highlights that we had, and we'll go ahead and switch to the next slide.
So I'll start with some of the elementary opportunities. As part of Kindergarten Roundup this year, we had the opportunity for early childhood development centers to visit our elementary feeders. They got to take field trips, which was the first time we've done that since prior to the pandemic. So that was a great opportunity for kids. Also, our 6th graders had an opportunity to visit middle school, so they get a taste of what middle school life will be like. And then new this year, coming up in a few weeks, 2 weeks actually, at the end of June, for the first time ever, we're gonna have a Kinder Kickstart. So incoming kindergartners get an opportunity, if parents signed up through community ed, to have a taste of what kindergarten life will be like when they come to school in July. And our hope is that we get some of the jitters out and they can be leaders among their classmates as they start their kindergarten experience within Higley.
Additional things that we looked at this year to highlight the district supported, actually our arts programs at the high schools going down to the elementary schools and spending times on those campuses, and with the goal that we get them excited for multiple years of being in the arts. And so that was a highlight for us. Additionally, our Air Force junior ROTC program, visiting the middle schools and working on recruiting through that. And it's such a vital piece that the students get to see their older peers or older groups and what they're accomplishing. And so additionally, obviously, we have our visits from Cooley up to Williamsfield and Sossaman up to Higley, and trying to really build that connection. Cooley added this year a Williamsfield wall, nice black and red right in the middle of campus, so Cooley students can be aware of what's happening at Williamsfield so that they know that what they can do to be supported.
Okay, moving on to our third and final indicator under Anchor 1, supporting a collaborative culture using data and research-based practices. One of the things that we really spent a lot of time this year is reflecting on how we're driving continuous improvement across our district and within our schools. The Department of Education revised their continuous improvement process, so all of our targeted Title I schools are required to follow that process, but we decided we wanted to have consistency with the way that our schools identify needs, set academic goals, and then supported action plans. So this spring, we developed a process modeled after the Department of Ed's process, and our sites are in the process right now of drafting school-wide continuous improvement plans that are centered around feedback from their staff, as well as recent academic performance data. So at the admin retreat this summer, they will present those proposed plans, and those plans will drive continuous improvement efforts at the site level next year and give us an opportunity at the district level to help support them. And then with that.
So additionally, in this one, we were looking at ways to ensure that our PLCs were effectively using data to drive instructional decisions. And so some examples of some of the ways in which we did that this year: benchmark data dialogues where Ms. Davis, Dr. Lindsay, and Mr. Lautzenheiser and I all went out to our sites following benchmarks, met with site leadership, and engaged in what's called a collaborative learning cycle, where we looked at the data, elicited questions, and really tried to understand what's the driving cause behind some of the things that we were seeing. Additionally, that allows us to provide our site leadership with some professional development, professional learning on tools that they can work with their teams, their PLCs at their site on using our new DNA platform, as well as just analyzing data in general. A great example has been the work that Chaparral's been doing around PLCs, along with all of our other sites, but specifically with Chaparral. I had the opportunity to collaborate with individual grade level PLCs. We were able to work through building PLC learning cycles and specifically working with the 5th grade team in math to align the work of their Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction. Was a great learning experience for them as well as for me in terms of how we can better improve our PLCs as a district. And finally, as DNA is new this year, we wanted to share some of that usage data around that formative assessment creation within that platform. We had 1,948 assessments that were created that actually had students engage in the assessment and have data that teachers could act upon within that assessment. Cortina had 295. They were one of our leading elementaries in the use of DNA. And then Williamsfield had 385 of those. So we just wanted to share with you as well that we're seeing that usage of DNA begin. It was year 1 of that implementation, and we will be sharing year 2 and how we will be working with that moving forward later.
President Anderson. I see this word collaborative in education now all over, and I'm just curious, by saying like collaborative culture, like what exactly does that mean? It's all over the document, collaborative. Like, what does that exactly mean? And what do we do to be collaborative?
So, Vice President Van Hook, I'll say something, and then I think Heidi's ready to talk too, but I believe we're all better when we work together than in isolation, and that starts with district leadership as well. We learn from each other all the time, and I know teachers specifically can get in a room and deliberate, argue sometimes, and come up with a beautiful product that they couldn't do on their own. And so I think the strategic use of data, planning together and understanding what to do with that data is a huge piece of that, because we talked about it earlier, our kids are all unique and they don't all need the exact same thing. So that's my thoughts.
I agree with that, Mrs. Richards, and I would just add, there's the saying, the smartest person in the room is the room. So it really depends on the audience. And so it could be groups of teachers collaborating around academic performance data. It could be a group of principals collaborating around a problem of practice, or working towards one of these initiatives that we talked about and just strategizing next steps. We do that with our ed services team. From a teacher perspective, it also includes parents. When parents come in for parent-teacher conferences, a lot of times our students are a part of that process too, so there's collaboration on what's working well for that student and having the voice of the parents and the kids as part of that. So it really depends on the circumstance and who's a part of that conversation. But yes, it's we don't want to make decisions in isolation.
President Anderson, I also, I don't see anything in here related to parents, and I would like to be able to add something on here to include parents, but also I don't see anything related to student achievement and increasing proficiency rates. It might be included in different bullet points and worded differently, but I think that's important to also to ensure that it is included, because that's something that we need to ensure, considering only, we have 60% proficiency rate, and what are we doing with the other 40 with the district?
Agreed.
No, you can go first if you want.
I might have lost my train of thought, but I would just say that all of these initiatives are with the goal to raise student growth and achievement with academics. That's why we're all here, is to support student learning and achievement. And I forgot what I was going to say after that, so Ms. Richards, please go ahead.
Vice President Van Hook, when we get into these suggested goals and initiatives for next year, then that's where we want your input on additional things to focus on or tweak the wording a little bit. But what Dr. Lindsay said is correct. And these comprehensive needs assessment that the schools are all doing, it dials right into student achievement and increasing student outcomes. So it gets real specific per school, per classroom, per kid. But I appreciate that input, because we want to make sure that we represent well what we're doing. So
if I could give input on collaboration, since I worked in the district, and what collaboration looked like and how it was very important. Our team, we would meet before, during our break, or after school to discuss, at the time we were using Galileo, so go through Galileo questions and make sure that the testing aligned with what we were teaching, that the questions were valuable to determining their proficiency. We met to go over our weekly plans, any labs, a lot of science, any labs that we planned on doing. Then we would also collaborate with our instructional coaches. Ms. Horn was a coach at the time. I don't know if she's still science. Is she still? It doesn't matter. Anyway, Ms. Horn was who, and she would come to our school, and we would meet so many times. And she would go over how we're doing and how it met standards and how we were working together, and give us advice on how we could be more efficient and more effective in our teaching. And then, even though we'd be grumpy and go after school to meetings, we would meet with Sossaman, because I was working at Cooley at the time, and then we would collaborate with the Sossaman teachers, and we would see what they were doing and what we were doing to make sure that we were aligning, and we would work together, share ideas, go through again, benchmark questions, and then, of course, the work with the admin, where they would come into our meetings. And more than not, in my experience, there was more of listening than really anything, just to know what we were going on and provide input as needed. I just input from experience for collaboration. But I did want to ask a question, whoever is willing to answer, regarding benchmarks. So as a teacher, the data's there, but it's always difficult to get true buy-in from students to take these benchmarks, really any test. I don't know if it's here, if it's a line, or if they are given a grade or a score that affects their average. Some places do, some places didn't. When I taught at Quinn Creek High, we tried to find ways to motivate them through scoring, but we didn't want to affect their average based off of a district test. What I'm leading to is, to get buy-in, a lot of times you have to give it value. So is this district, or is Higley taking the time to take the data from the benchmarks and show the students who are college-bound or think they're college-bound, hey, if you get this proficiency or hit these standards, this is what we have research to find how it'll affect your ACT or SAT scores, how that aligns to show proficiency in those, or to align it with certifications for career-bound. That way it's not just, hey, I'm just taking this test, take the test, and it doesn't affect my grade. I don't care. It's not going on my transcripts. But, oh, dang, if I really learned this standard, or it showed I know that standard, then I feel like taking the ACT or the SAT or the career-bound certification exam, I feel like I would do better, and I want to do better next time if I did meet that mark.
I'm going to jump in and then let Heidi and David probably jump in as well. The benchmarks that we administer in 3rd through 8th grade, those are mimics of the state assessment. And there's value to them at different levels in different ways. So one of my goals has been to work with our site leadership to really understand that the value in the teacher level of those benchmarks is really looking at what are we asking of kids to show that evidence of learning. How are we asking students that to demonstrate that evidence of learning in what's called next generation assessment? So they are engaging in items no longer that are multiple choice. They now have to drag and drop. They have hot text where they have to pull down or drop down hot text where they actually select a passage within a reading passage, a sentence, and those are all new skills in some ways. And they are higher complexity skills. And so trying to ensure that in terms of our instruction, is there alignment between what we're asking of kids to engage in every day and how they're demonstrating that understanding. And so that's this classroom teacher side. What we get from those mimics, from those benchmarks, is not very detailed standards-based information. In order to get that kind of information, an assessment would have to be 70 to 100 items long, because you need 3 to 5 items per standard in order to really get at standards, understanding, and mastery. State test, our mimics, there's 1 to 2 items per standard. It's a broad-based assessment. So at the district level, what we look at with those benchmarks is how are our kids going to perform when they hit the state test? And are there large gaps that we need to be addressing at the district level in terms of our resources, our instructional maps, those kinds of things. Down to the student level, that's the age-old question. One of the reasons why the state went to ACT testing as the high school assessment was the belief that students would take ACT more seriously than an end-of-course assessment like AZ Merit was. There's varying evidence as to whether that's actually effective, but the real driver of student engagement in that assessment has to do with the relationship and the trust that students have in the teacher that's administering that assessment. If they have a good relationship with that teacher and they believe that that teacher is going to provide them with valuable feedback on their performance like you were talking about, they are going to perform on that assessment. Using external motivations to try to motivate them to do well, your compliance students will continue to do well. But your students that come to school and they struggle with learning or they struggle with just being in school, those kinds of external motivations aren't going to impact their performance on a test, and it's going to give us some dirty data related to the state assessment, because I can't use an external motivation to motivate students to do well on a state assessment. So I really want to create an environment when they're taking the benchmarks that mirrors what it's going to look like when they take the state assessment. So we've actually told our sites they can't use benchmarks as a grade. Long-worded answer. I'm going to let Heidi and David jump in. I hope I got most of what you were looking for, though.
I would just add that teachers often, after the assessment's completed, will take specific test items, questions that, many students got incorrect, but they spend a lot of time teaching that and really unpack what that question looked like with the students, because it may have been framed in a different way, so they can use it as part of their instruction.
And I think for next steps for us is, now that we've gone through DNA for a year, and it's our first time going through those mimics, it's analyzing and seeing how did the mimic performance and actual performance coincide, and how are we fixing and making sure that what's happening there and our ability to disseminate that information to the teachers so that they can know more clearly about where the student's at is an important step for us next.
And that's one of the great things about our relationship with Renaissance. They're actually doing a correlation analysis right now on our internal data. So they're looking at our student performance on the mimics, and then they're looking at our state results and basically saying, based for Higley Unified School District alone, here's where students need to perform on each of those mimics to show that they're actually going to perform the same way on the state assessment. In terms of ACT, within DNA, we have a benchmark for ACT as well. This was our first year using it. We've already started working with Renaissance and in terms of what kind of professional development do we need for our site leadership at the high school level, in terms of helping teachers and students understand those results better and how to use those results. So that is something I've already met with Mr. Bannock and Ms. Wallace talking about for next year, and setting up some meetings with their professional development at their level to help us better understand how to use that data to impact student achievement.
President Anderson, I want to comment on something you said, because I think it's really important. Like, I don't ever want to get away from being a teacher myself, but I know those conversations I had with kids, like, hey, let's look at this and how you did, and 2 more questions. It sounds crazy, but they want to hear the detail of how they did and how they can improve, so I appreciate you saying that.
Question, and I apologize because I struggle to comprehend what I cannot see. especially at the elementary level is where my question is. If some of these, the test questions, the DNA, where they are looking at a new type of question, right? Where you're reading a passage and dropping it down, it's just not the standard multiple choice. Do we have beyond the DNA, or at least can teachers access it for like unit quizzes or tests or whatever, so that way it's more than just these benchmarks that they're getting at? Because I feel like from a teacher perspective, not only do you concern yourself with the content, but maybe part of the reason everybody's missing it is because it's a new skill that we're asking. So like, do we have those things? I'm assuming we do. Yeah, cool, awesome. Thanks for all the head nods.
Yes, that was one of the most exciting things about moving to DNA is the item bank. So teachers can create their own classroom-based assessments aligned to the instructional maps and do just that. And then they can utilize multiple questions around the same standard and then unpack those findings with the kids.
And it's considered to be one of the best item banks in the country. It used to be Key Data Systems, now it's Inspect, but the quality of the items, it is far superior to what you used to see with Galileo. And they spend a lot of time and effort on continuously adding to that bank. And one of the exciting things for me is that they're actually adding social studies items. So right now it's very limited, but at the high school level, they do have access to some of those items. So in terms of the other exciting part about DNA is it's very easy to use compared to Galileo. Galileo was a nightmare to use. DNA is very simple. I can filter based on the standards I want. It will pull up the items. It goes into detail on the different, like the rationale behind the answers as well. And then at the other side of it, the data reports that we can pull out of DNA are phenomenal. And so actionable data related to where students are. It's got subgroup reports so that we can look to see, is there a difference between where the average score is, and are there certain subgroups that are scoring below or above that average, really diving down into individual students.
President Anderson? Oh, were you done? I'm sorry.
No, I cut her off to ask the question.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask for some clarification. We talk about ensure PLCs utilize benchmarks and the collaborative. Are there certain expectations for how much PLCs meet? Who tracks that? We use the word ensure. Who's ensuring? And what are the expectations? How are those communicated? And how are they followed up on? How often are PLCs meeting? What is that expectation?
From an elementary perspective, that was one of the things that I've been working with the school principals this year on unpacking in terms of how often are they meeting their involvement and what that looks like moving forward. Is it meeting our needs? So we did kind of a root cause analysis around that work. As part of my support to sites, I would visit those PLCs on occasion with the principal. So that was one way that we monitored. Moving forward, we have a common expectation at the elementary level that PLCs will meet for an average of 45 minutes per week, grade level content teams, and that looks different site to site if they're using their early release Wednesdays for that time, or they have it built into their common planning time during the course of the school year. So we had a little bit of variation site to site. They were of course all utilizing the professional learning community process, but we through the course of investigating that over the course of the year, identified areas of both celebration and opportunities to tighten things up, and also ensure that the way that we're utilizing professional learning communities is consistent across the district.
At the secondary level, when you talk about who's responsible or overseeing the PLC process, it is site administration that is driving that to make sure that the people are meeting and that they have their PLC documents and their PLC folder and their PLC data connected. And so the oversight of that is at the site administration standpoint. From a district perspective, we support with professional development and or allowing them to determine what times they can meet. When you look at an a high school math teacher who might have 3 different preps, it's going to look very different from a PLC perspective in terms of how can they find the time to meet with all the 3 different ones. And so typically they focus on one for the year and continue to meet as groups. And that's decided and supervised at the site level to be able to support. Additionally, it gets a little harder when you start having singleton classes. And so those people can be on an island. So as a district, we try to find opportunities for the 2 islands to come together district-wide. So it might not be particularly on the campus, but district-wide as well.
Can I add, and thank you for acknowledging the teachers that had multiple preps, because that was really difficult, not only for that teacher, but the other people on the team that really wanted that person there. I worked under one of the best administrators I've had the honor to teach under in all my years, Dr. Wolf over in Queen Creek High School. He's now since been promoted to assistant superintendent, here nor there. But he would tell us, whenever you're collaborating in the hallways, you're PLCing. At lunch, whenever we would really try, we'd be like, we're not going to talk business at lunch. We'd always talk about how the students are doing and what are we going to do and how can we make that, this didn't work. He's like, you're PLCing, and so I don't know if you have the same mentality here, and that's at the secondary level, but I agreed, because it was having not organized time, but it was definitely time spent where we were collaborating and talking about our plans and what worked, what didn't work, what do you want to do, how do you plan to do it, what do you do if they didn't get, going through the questions for PLC.
Well, no, I appreciate that, and I'm curious about the organized time. I think in any organization, you're dealing with people. And using this as an example, if you have 4 teachers teaching a subject and the 3 are coming together all the time and someone is not, this is an expectation of Higley. And if you have someone who just doesn't participate in that, and I get different time restrictions, but we also, and I know we have to have a further discussion on the high school, but we have late starts, we have early releases, we have tried to carve out some time in recognizing professional development, in recognizing time for people to get together. And again, when you have, you have those teachers who, they're ready to go and they want to lead it and they want to get everyone together, and they are having those conversations just in, a lunchroom, or if they're in a classroom, just them having lunch, and you have that. And then you also have individuals who just maybe don't participate, rarely participate. And if this is an expectation of Higley and what we want, that's where are we monitoring this? Where are we making sure that, one, time we're carving out is being utilized, and 2, that all of our students are getting the benefit of this expectation. So that's why I was wondering where it is, how are we monitoring it, what is the expectation? Because in my opinion, if this is an expectation, then there should be a specific time dedicated to it and expected. And then I think that should be seen within the Danielson tool. That should be part of a performance review on how much they're participating in PLCs.
Yes, and there is a direct alignment with that within Domain 4 of professional responsibilities, as well as Domain 1 with planning and preparation. So, and we're making those connections for our teachers and for our administrators.
So Board Member Reese, you'll see that in proposed initiatives and goals for next year too, because it's kind of like the strategic plan. If we don't continually revisit it and communicate expectations, it'll go away. So we have to keep supporting.
Board Member Reese, I wanted to add to while we're not talking about the calendar committee today, one of the things that came up quite a bit in the calendar committee is that professional development time and holding people accountable. So I want you to know that the members of that committee, that was very important to them. And I've been working directly with Ms. Davis and talking about what that professional development looks like, what those expectations are, and how we're going to keep track of those. So it is something that's being discussed right now quite a bit.
And it's a work in progress. It takes so much time, because Queen Creek is very big on PLCs, and it started way back before I even worked there full time. And it has transitioned and grown so much. And of course, it has to do with the different leadership at the schools. And I don't know if we do it here and we have a trickle of admin in the crowd, but we and Queen Creek, we had to fill out a spreadsheet that was shared with admin to say which room we were going to be in when we were meeting, because if it was early release day, there were several hour choices we could put, and then admin, that time, they were dedicated to walking the whole school and popping in and coming in and listening and discussing, and it wasn't helicopter administration, it truly was, and just being involved and asking questions. And so I imagine it's pretty much similar here too as well.
Admin would schedule ahead of time if they were going to be there for the whole meeting. So like sometimes you would know they would just pop in, but other times they'd sit in for the whole meeting. So like we have the same thing here. Yeah.
President Anderson. I have 3 questions. One, for was it called Kinder Kicks? Okay. I'm wondering, has the registration opened for that? And if so, what are our numbers look like for that right now?
We have, let's see, we have up to 12 kids. I think Melissa's here. Do you know the current enrollment, Melissa?
I don't know the total, but our high side was 14, and then our lowest, I believe, was 8.
I think we have approximately 140 kids or so registered, and it has been open for a couple of months. And so it starts on June 24th through the 28th.
And so can you still take kids or?
I think we closed registration, is that correct?
Okay.
There were a couple of sites that had already had waiting lists.
Oh.
So that was exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
And we wanted to max the enrollment, like between 10 and 12. We really wanted it to be a small group for the teacher. So it would be like just really interactive experience for the information groups. And so due to planning, we had to get materials and things like that.
So hopefully next year we could expand it since we had such an interest in it. That's a great program. I love it. And then for the seal, when we talked about the seal of biliteracy and some of the others in particular, what would you say, or do you happen to know, because I don't remember past numbers, but it seems really high with the 142. Like what is the growth or the percentage increase? Can you?
I don't have that, but I'll be able to.
Okay, that was just my own. And then my last thing, I know we're talking about reflecting, but I'm leaving in 2 minutes, so I'm going to ask this question really fast. The Leader in Me programs, are we looking at expanding those across other sites? I know that I've had parents, say things like, oh, we don't have that at our school, or, some of the other ones I know that we do have different programs at different school. Is there plans to expand the programs to other schools? Not even just Leader in Me, but Gateways is No Excuses, University, and some of the other ones.
So it's a good segue for later when we talk about proposed board initiatives for next year, but expanding extracurricular and specific program offerings at our elementary schools is an area of focus that we would like to work towards next year. So potentially with Leader in Me, yes.
I know that's an expensive program, if I remember correctly, correct? Or it's at least has some expenses? Tyler's shaking his head, not really. So I guess we can put it at every school. Yeah.
To get it started is pretty costly.
It's intense. Okay, is that what it is?
And
I thought
then
there
you've
was
got to
something.
sustain it, but the initial year, first year, second year, and our parents have been so great because they've supported a lot of that, but I think when we visited schools, you guys have gotten to see these little leaders take off, and I would have loved to have my kids in that, so these are good questions.
Yeah, no, and just being able to expand all of our great programs to all of our schools, hopefully with the collaborative learning or collaborativeness. Is that a word? I don't know. Okay. Collaboration, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Collaboration, then we can do that at more schools.
Jeff and I were just talking about this morning, so
Perfect. I am looking at you, but I should be looking that way.
President Anderson, are you ready to go to anchor 2?
I just have, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just have one more thing to add. In anchor 1, the concentration on social emotional learning, and I mean, I see it more and more that it's being embedded in a lot of the curriculum, and I want to just emphasize that that we are, it says provide resources, that we are providing resources to parents if students need that social emotional assistance, but that we're not treating every student that they as a whole, and providing social emotional support to every student who doesn't, those students that might not need it. And as we've discussed, there's been changes within, counselors and the type of support that they can provide. So I want to make sure that we're kind of staying within our role as a district to provide academics and not mental health, because our goal is academics, and that's why, kids come here. So this emphasis, heavy emphasis on social emotional learning is a concern for me and for many parents that I talk to. And I have heard concerns even with Leader in Me, because Leader in Me is very social emotional based. And so that's just something to keep in mind going forward. That's all.
So I appreciate your comments, and I think that later on, Ms. Miller and Mr. Walker may elaborate, but sometimes just reading a story to kids about persistence or whatever is beneficial. So I think it can take many forms, and we aren't blanketing everybody needs mental health support. That's not the approach. So I appreciate your comments, and it is pretty broad and global, but we want to support our kids, the whole kid too, So I think it can look differently, and I don't know if Shauna or James want to comment on that, but.
I think that it's important that we understand that not every component of social emotional learning has to do with mental health. And there are a lot of things that we do in our schools to prepare kids to be active leaders in our community that does focus on the social and emotional aspect. Speech and debate would be a prime example. Teaching those kids how to speak publicly and participate in those activities. So while I understand the concern is that mental health component, I think there's a lot of things that we do in our schools that grow students social and emotionally that aren't tied directly to that concern.
Yeah, and I fully support having those, speech and debate and those types of educational things, but it's where we get into the mental health aspect that I'm concerned about. And, we keep hearing this whole child, and unfortunately, that is something that is coming down from the CDC, the whole school, whole child, and that we feel like we have to cover all bases. There's some things that are just not our responsibility, and a lot of that falls on the parent, and we shouldn't feel like we have to cover this whole child approach when our main purpose is academics, and we need to make sure that we don't cross that line. And that's the only reason why I bring it up. But I do fully support all these other aspects that are educational, and doesn't necessarily step on parents' toes when it comes to the mental health aspect. Thank you.
President Anderson and Vice President Van Hook, one thing I would like to point out and keep in mind too, and I think it's part of the reason why the CDC also expresses that, and it's something that you see more and more come up, is because what we've learned is if a student is dysregulated, you can't learn. And so focusing in on academics, that's part of the reason why social emotional tends to be a larger part of it today, is because what we have seen is when we start to include some of these practices and teach kids some of these practices on how to express themselves or do some of these things with respect to academics, their academic performance increases as well. So they are kind of one and the same. So I think your concerns are in fact being met by that, by focusing on academics, because we can see how these programs help students perform better academically, because when their needs are met, they can perform basically, and we can understand that, and that's part of the reason why you see it more and more, is just because in conjunction it overall helps all students' academic performance.
I think you're correct on how they learn based on everything you said, but I just also want to make sure that when we're helping students out, that we're making parents aware of these processes and help them, because man, could I have used that help. It's too late now, both kids are gone out of school, but it would have been so nice to have the assistance to understand. I don't know if Mr. Griggs was principal, but have a child literally physically carried out of a classroom from shutting down during a state test, and just, okay, well, what do I do? How can I help you? So it'd just be, I don't know if it merges the 2 points that are trying to be made, but that is definitely one piece.
Be ready for highly effective personnel now. So we need our IT people to help us out. There it is.
Thank you. Good morning, President Anderson, members of the board. It is still barely morning. Here we go. So I get the privilege of talking about highly effective personnel. That is anchor number 2. And I'm going to go ahead and move forward. There we go. Okay. So again, Mrs. Richards alluded to our vision, mission, and values, and Anchor 2 does align with that. And it is highly effective personnel with the goal of being recruiting, retaining, growing people here, giving them the best possible compensation, providing good benefits, making this a great place to work. And so we've done some things this year that I'm really proud of, and I give credit to my team, Isabel, and Nicole's not here right now, but I give credit to them and the leadership team in HR and others who have helped with these goals this year. Let's go to that one. There we go. So the first task that we took on this year, and I asked them to look at ways. My first week of work here at Higley was spent doing the one-time job fair for 2 hours, February of 2023. And it was a one-night, 2-hour event. And people came, and it was wonderful. But it didn't really provide the opportunity that individuals needed to know about our job fair. So I'm sure you drove by this year, the district, and saw the big sign and saw the date on it. And that's one of the things that we looked at. How could it be different? How could it be better? What could we do? So the first thing the team did is they went to another school district, actually talked to a couple school districts about how they do job fairs and when they do them, and got information. And so they brought all that information back and decided to create a new job fair model. And we have multiple sessions this year, and we're very successful of even giving someone what we called, and we robbed it from someone else, but it's called a golden ticket. And that individual basically is hired on the spot. We could not do this without the help of all the administrators that came during those job fairs. the interviews that they did during that time. And not just administrators, but everyone, special ed, community ed was involved. We had someone from transportation. We had every area covered so that if someone showed up, whether they were going to be a certified or a classified employee, and when they were looking for employment, we had someone available to interview them on the spot. Some folks were given what was called a second interview ticket, and they were invited out to the campus at the school site to meet with others, because the principal may have been here, but other people involved in the hiring process were not here. So they wanted to bring them on site and meet with them then. So this has been a great benefit to our hiring process. It has streamlined the process somewhat. We believe we hired probably over 30 individuals by doing the job fairs, and also just opened it up really to people. One lady even said, I was just driving by, and she said, I'm looking for a job as a para. And boy, do we need paras, right? So it was just really enhanced the process, streamlined the process, and became more effective. We're reviewing what we did this year. They created a QR code where people could scan in their information, so we gathered data that way. We had the help of the marketing department, putting it out on all of our various accounts that the job fairs were coming up, and then they're doing the same thing as we have new positions available. So that's one of the things we've done this year to really attract and retain folks here at Higley. Okay, please move. It won't move. Can you advance it for me, please? Thank you. So one of the other things, and this is with Isabel's help, and that's Valerie in the picture, they have been conducting these new orientations with employees since February of 2023. When I came on board, they had created a program to meet with people, to get them the training they needed, to get them the benefit information, to be able to do their vector training as a new employee. And they've actually met with over 250 new employees since then, and gone through the process of explaining the wonderful benefits that we have here, how to utilize those benefits, welcome them to Higley, and have them do their vector training at the same time. Anything I've missed, Isabel?
We do also offer one of our tax sheltered annuity advisors to come out during benefits orientation to talk about our TSAs and how they can put additional dollars into tax sheltered annuity. So that's something new that we brought in as well, and employees have appreciated that information. So not only can they contribute into Arizona State Retirement, but other annuities.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Additional dollars into what?
Annuities.
Oh, okay.
Retirement savings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not just the Arizona State retirement system, but they can put some additional dollars into. And that's, sometimes our employees don't know that they can do that in addition to ASRS. So it's very helpful for them for future planning.
And we also do give them an opportunity to enroll into Arizona State Retirement and create an account at that time, because very often, 9 out of 10 times, employees don't do that, and those, heaven forbid, something happened to them, and those dollars are just sitting there not associated with the beneficiary.
Okay. So let's see if we've got action now. Okay. So some other things under 2.2 action items that have taken place this year. We have done additional training with supervisors for the inter-rater reliability training with Danielson. And we talked a little earlier about Danielson, and that has become very successful and implemented the systems, especially as Dr. Lindsay had mentioned, domain 1 and 4, where domain 4 is for professional development. We've also had some customer service training that was new this year for our classified front office staff. In the next, when we talk about the next year, we'll talk more about that as well, because we plan on offering some additional training for our classified employees as well. Let's see. Okay, this is the biggie. This is one of our big moves this year. When I got here, I reviewed the classified evaluation form, very antiquated, very much a piece of paper still, and I knew that the system that we had called Frontline, where Danielson is in also, could possibly house a classified evaluation form. So the team went to work, and we now house our classified evaluation form within that platform, and I'm very happy with the way it's worked out. Again, my team is very much into research. They went to some neighboring districts, looked at what they had, how they were doing it, and then we evaluated the document and put together a new document, one for a 90-day evaluation, one for a self-evaluation, and one for an annual evaluation. And we pilot that program, whoever wanted to do it, and Mr. Moore's group was part of that pilot. Myself, I used it with my direct reports. We had others in the facilities. Mrs. Richards used it. It was very helpful. And so we will roll that out July 1, along with training and development on how to utilize that tool. There are manuals for supervisors that has already been created. There is training and development for supervisors on how to use the tool. And it really is beneficial. You can assign the self-evaluation to the employee, and they can do that throughout the year. Like if they feel they've accomplished something from a goal from last year, they can enter it into the system, save it, and then go out. And a month later, they can come back. They can put whatever they've accomplished that month, and then they can save the document, and you can keep adding to it throughout the year before it's finalized in May, which is really nice. And that's not just for the employee, that's for the supervisor as well. So, okay. I think you're up next, maybe.
And I'm sorry, real quick.
Sure.
Or maybe I should say it. So internet's down, so just, sorry, I didn't want you to think we were like ignoring what you were trying to say. We're trying to figure out how to get it to work. It works on my phone, but not on our computer.
Yeah, IT let us know Board Docs is down. Any other updates in relation to that? Okay.
Thank you.
Isabel's up next. Thank you.
So 2.2 is financial health and wellness events that we have periodically throughout this year. After we come back from a fall break, we like to roll out our Wellness Wednesdays and Wellness Week. We have a great time putting that together. We provide self-care tips with maybe some recipes, different activities for car traveling for the holidays, yoga tips. We do include information about our employee network, our EAP, our teledoc. We did have the first time ever Social Security, someone from the Social Security office come out and actually speak about that. So that was very, very informative. We plan on bringing them out a couple more times within the next school year so that people that are getting to retire, they understand what those benefits are. Medicare, we did have a Medicare representative come out as well. Very helpful. We even had one that spoke Spanish, so we were able to go to our grounds and maintenance department and discuss those opportunities with them. Transportation was another area we made sure that we went to go do a site visit as well. So we do our biometric screening in October. That includes the flu shot clinic, where we go around all the schools, and employees are able to get flu shots, pneumonias, booster shots, whatever they might need. We had over 10 vendors this year and about $800 worth of giveaways. We usually get about 80 to 100 people come to the biometric event, but it is helpful, and they do receive a gift card. So it's another incentive for them to come. And we do, like I mentioned earlier, we have our vendors come out during benefits orientation to meet with our employees to discuss annuity options. Any questions?
President Anderson, tell me how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry.
McDotto.
McDotto. Ms. McDotto, I personally have a huge concern with the fact that we're providing healthcare within our schools. That is not our place. We have so many facilities within close distance to our district where people can go and get their shots. And the fact that we're having vaccines given in our schools, I think it's crazy that we're having, medical facilities within our schools, and that's definitely not our place. Also, is this just for teachers, or is this just for
employees? Just for employees. This
Okay.
is only for employees.
Now, why do we have to bring that here?
It's just a
instead
service
of-
that we provide. Sometimes it's convenience for the employees. It's like having mom or pops, the vans come and do that kind of screening where I may not have the time, but I can schedule it right after I'm done working, during my prep time. I can schedule it. It's a convenience for our employees. It's just like Teledoc. Teledoc is a convenience for the employees, so they don't have to go anywhere. They can just phone in. A nurse or a doctor is going to get online with them, and they're going to talk their situation through. Us providing biometrics helps us save money because sometimes it catches things that people might not know that they're even at risk for. So we're providing preventative information for our employees. We're providing a service that helps us save money when it comes to insurance costs, where we might not have a big claim because maybe a case of diabetes was caught early and didn't turn into something much bigger, where someone, could get the treatment they needed sooner. So this is just for employees. This is not for students. The students are not affected by this, nor is the teaching time, or they're not allowed to leave the classroom to do this. It's just a service we provide that during a prep time or a planning time before school, after school.
I would like to also say that one year we did not provide this, just due to planning purposes, and we did get a lot of emails requesting that we bring it back.
I think it's out of our scope, and we shouldn't be providing medicine on our campuses, but that's all.
I just had a quick question, I'm sorry. For the teachers that have 6/5 preps, am I still saying that right? How, I had that and I could never make it to the blood drives or anything. Do you guys try to, I know you're working around their schedules and how long they can stay, but is there a way to meet the needs of those teachers that can't make it?
Yeah, so we are looking at probably doing it more of a later evening, but we're also coordinating with the company that works 8 to 5. So we also considered maybe doing a Saturday event as well.
Last summer, we did have a summer blood drive. We did. It was in the month, I think
It was a June.
It was a June blood drive. And it was something they really needed and we could assist with.
Question, if it's too much, it's obviously may not be worth it. My question is, I'm curious if we could do a survey to figure out, so having an autoimmune disorder, I every year relied on this because as a teacher, getting a sub, especially getting a sub just to go get a shot, not worth it. And so it was something I utilized all the time, but as my needs changed, I started needing a pneumonia vaccine. I need to get all these other things I didn't used to. So I'm really happy to see that we start doing that as well. So it's kind of like a one-stop shop for me. So I don't have to make these appointments because again, it's really, really difficult. One of the issues I have, as a parent with my kids, for example, is my primary care doesn't get the flu vaccine until later than CVS or something does. I'm curious if we can send out a survey to staff potentially of maybe is the reason you didn't use this because you had already gotten one, and then kind of see if that plays an impact. If it's not really that beneficial in the grand scheme of things, I'm just curious from that perspective. Because I mean, I've worked even in insurance, we did the same thing. We had, you know, flu shots and things that they would do, and they kind of often gave out those surveys with it to maintain the value of using that program. And so I'm just curious.
Yeah, we did do a survey a couple years back, if I can remember correctly, and we did get some feedback, but it would not hurt to absolutely do it again. Yeah.
To be clear, I think it's a wonderful thing. It was always very beneficial because, as you know, Ms. Anderson pointed out, and you guys expressed as well, it is very difficult for teachers to take time off or find the value in that. And one thing that we are learning is our teachers, especially given the increased level of stress teachers are experiencing, we be real unhealthy. So getting these types of things and kind of making it harder for us to make excuses is definitely beneficial.
Yeah, we are looking to bring the mom bus twice this year. Yeah.
One more question, I'm so sorry, I apologize. Is it possible or do you share the company's information of those that show up for the clinics or the drives with our college and career staff at the high schools? Because outside of teaching, there's high needs of hiring for medical staff in other careers, and I didn't know if that's something you could share, like, hey, invite these people. They're familiar with us, they're doing drives with our staff. It'd be good to see them again whenever the high schools have their college and career days, to have them there to show their needs for staff as well.
Absolutely, we can reach out to them.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a quick question as well, and maybe we're going to go into this. Are we doing some things different to try and increase these numbers? I mean, I think it's a good thing, and I understand it's a good benefit and a service. But given the number of employees we have, these are really low numbers. And at some point, you have to determine, is it worth it, the amount that we're doing and using? I hear Ms. Van Hook saying, there is a lot of other options that have after hours, that have Saturdays and Sundays that people can go to, different things like that. And I just want to make sure we're getting the best option for if we're getting use out of it. So I don't know if that's something we're going to go into, because it seems like we keep talking about stuff and we're getting to that. But I mean, I think it is a good service, and I do hear, what you're saying on availability. Is this a cost to the district? Is it that that they come and kind of donate it? I know there's different companies, because it's not being utilized given the number of employees we have. In my opinion, what we have here, that I wouldn't do it, given our outcome. Now, we're just starting and ramping up, and that's something here we're going to talk about, and especially if there's a cost to the district, things like that, it's something we would have to look at, because there's not a lot of participation given the number we have.
You made some great points. We do have about, I believe, 933 employees that are receive benefits. So that doesn't mean that our entire population is going to be attending these events. Looking at different initiatives to bring people, or incentives to bring people to these events, maybe doing a Saturday. We haven't done that. I think is a good opportunity. We might get some more employees coming in that day.
I'd like to say too that this is one day. It's an 8 to 5. We can only fit so many people into one day to come and do the biometrics. It's not quick. It takes probably,
it's about 15 minutes.
Well, is the flu shots and all of that part of the biometrics?
People can come just for those, and then they can come for the biometrics as well.
So the district-wide clinics you have listed here for the vaccines and the biometric screening, all of that, all this was just one day?
So the flu shot clinics were at multiple sites, and were 2 to 3 hours. And then we held another district-wide flu shot clinic for anybody that was not able to attend those to come here. And that was from, I believe, 11 to 5. So we're trying to make sure that we capture all of our population, right? We want to do it not so early in the morning so transportation can come, grounds and maintenance, but then be able to extend it. We typically do it on a half day so teachers can come.
And what is the cost to the district?
The biometrics, there's no cost.
What about the clinics?
There's no cost.
So no cost for
No,
flu
because-
shots or?
Because they're using our insurance. That's the
They're submitting
900
it.
or so.
Okay, so they're submitting it through insurance.
It's an
Okay.
add-on service to our
making
what our
money.
insurance carrier
Gotcha.
provides.
Nope,
And-
that's,
And it is only available for benefits eligible, or employees who hold our insurance. We can't service employees who are off the district. So that's approximately 20% of our enrolled people within our insurance utilize this one-day program. So just,
okay.
It's a financial benefit to the people providing through insurance, not through us. But so you mentioned having them come out on a Saturday. If teachers are going to go out of their way to come to the district on a Saturday, why wouldn't they take that time to go to their own provider or to a local facility that does provide it versus coming to the school? Also, do they just do flu shots or do they also do the nasal mist? Do you know?
No nasal mist. It's just the injection.
Okay. What about any other live virus vaccines, like the MMR or anything like that?
No.
Okay, because that would concern me with teachers getting live virus vaccines and then going back to a classroom.
Correct, which is one of the reasons why we made sure to do it on a half day, just for that reason. And I believe, what was your other question?
About coming in
Statements?
on a Saturday.
Oh, yes. So that one-day event, we do have all of our vendors come, so dental, vision, medical, and it allows our employees the opportunity to come meet and ask specific questions to our carriers, which it makes it very helpful for them. They appreciate it. And then the raffle giveaways help.
And then these, the health fairs, is that the same as when they like fill like the cafeteria and then the kids walk through and?
No.
This is just for,
This is employees only
Employees.
here at the district.
okay. So that there's
This
another
all
event
takes
that we
place
have
in this
that,
room.
It's here in the boardroom. I believe we did take
Okay.
pictures this year, so I will see if I could get those over to you so you have an idea of what that looks like.
thank you.
So one thing that in the special education department we look at is while we definitely want our special education staff to be part of the bigger professional learning community on their campuses, we also recognize the unique needs of special education staff, people that work with special education students, the staff, in the unique challenges that our students bring. And so as a department every year, we really look at where we've been, where we're going, and where we need to grow and things that we need to do better. And I have to give a lot of credit to my department, Kristen Nash, Greg Keith, Stephen Reed, Emily Harrison, and Rachel Goad. They have done a phenomenal job last year in developing professional development that met the needs of not just special education staff, but general education staff that also work with our special education students. And here you can really see some of the things that we have put together. A couple highlights. We recognize that our new teachers to special ed were really struggling because while they were getting the mentorship that was associated with being new to Higley, the new to special ed was really difficult. And so we put together the monthly new teacher trainings, and the feedback that we received from that was phenomenal. The support and ability to talk to someone and have their questions answered really helped with making their years a little bit more tolerable and enjoyable during that first year. Some other things that we've done that we really are proud of is the quarterly classified paraprofessional training. This is an area that we've really been lacking in the special education department. It's hard. There are a lot of them. They teach at a lot of, or support at a lot of different levels. And so finding the opportunity and the scheduling to get them all together and get some common PD has been a challenge, and my instructional coaches have done a phenomenal job of doing that. So we've been able to provide those consistently, and they've been very well attended. They've been mandatory. They're not something that they can schedule something instead of, and very, very beneficial. Moving forward, our plan is to continue this. As you see at the bottom, we're in the process of developing a catalog of professional development opportunities that will not just span, like I said, special education staff, but will be opportunities for staff meetings on the campuses. It'll be trainings that we can provide at administrator meetings and all of that stuff, just to kind of link everybody together. We're trying to get away from this student is your kid and this student is my kid, and really changing that philosophy to these students are our kids, and how do we support all of them in all of the settings. So.
David, would you like to talk about this, please? Because this is yours.
Absolutely. I think when we start talking and recognizing people, it's great to have an opportunity where we can recognize individuals within our own group. And so we started 4 years ago, the Higleytown Heroes process, and we've continued to grow this. We're quarterly. We have a theme. We have individuals who nominate each other, and then we go through and recognize every person that gets nominated, and we provide them with a certificate, a separate recognition, normally a Dutch Bros gift card, because that's my favorite coffee place, and just a nice celebration. I think what's really nice about this is we expand it out. Not just, a lot of times we do it within our GAM, our general administrators, and we recognize them up front. And we read what people say about them. And so when somebody else goes out of their way to nominate you and recognize you, it's a good feeling, and it's nice to be able to recognize our peers. We also do it where we have campuses recognize teachers. They don't even know it's going on till we show up. And we have this recognition and we go into our classroom. So it's been a very positive thing, and especially from a culture perspective where we can recognize the good works and the support that everybody else does with us.
Thank you. Okay, longevity. So this is new this year, and thanks to Tyler Moore and his great work with his team and my team as well. We started the Longevity Awards this year, and if you haven't seen them, they're pretty awesome, and they're in the superintendent's office as you walk in. The Longevity Awards that were presented staff this year are a new tradition. These plaques and pins are small tokens of appreciation to those who have achieved milestones of 5, 10, 15, and 20 years with Higley Unified as of June 2023. And we will be celebrating again at the rally in July. This is the initial year of implementation of this new tradition, and so all those who achieved one of the milestone years will receive the most recent plaque, and they did, and I was able to go out to a couple of the different sites and really enjoyed the look on people's faces was just, they felt honored, they felt appreciated. So going forward, we will have a Longevity Awards presentation, as I said, at the Welcome Back Rally for those who hit a milestone this past year of 5, 10, 15, 20, or even 25 as of June 2024. Please note that this is different than what the longevity pay. We've revised that, and the stipend is given to the employee within a few weeks. As of July 1st, will be given to the employee within, I believe, 2 to 4 weeks, the following paycheck. So that is something new that folks had to wait 6 months, 7 months before they got their stipend. So that is something new, and we're excited about making that change for payroll as well. Let's see. I think we had another picture in there. 1 second. Oh, come on. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. I know it's not.
So another area that we wanted to focus on in our department was really recognizing the employees that work with our special needs students. And that included our gen ed staff. We didn't want to just focus on our special education teachers and paraprofessionals and related service, but we felt it was important to also recognize our gen ed teachers that play a huge part in the lives of our special education students. So one thing that we have done is through nominations, we recognize staff that have been nominated by their colleagues. And so these are just 2 examples. One is a 4th grade teacher at Chaparral that works with our special ed students, gen ed teacher that was nominated on his campus. And then the other one is Lisa Bowman. She is one of our speech and language therapists over at our preschool that was also nominated. So these are just 2 examples of a way that we're trying to also recognize the individuals that work with our students.
Thank you, Shauna. Down. Oh, there we go. So this is just a wrap-up of the information about how we used the Kairos last year's survey, opening discussions with Kairos, our broker, and you were all presented information about insurance for this coming year, fiscal year 24-25. The Live Well Reward Solution Program is another one that we didn't talk about, but we just launched that in January of 2024, where if you complete certain things within the Live Well, you can earn up to a $100 gift card to your choice of vendors. So that was something else that we hadn't talked about already. And then just the employees and the clinics that we've had and the biometrics. So it's just basically, oh, and Isabel did the 56-day walk. Yes. How did that work out?
Our employees truly enjoyed the walking incentive that we offered. It was very competitive. Everybody wanted to try to beat one another, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Williamsfield High School was the top team.
Ooh, okay. And that concludes my report of 23-24.
Thank you. Going back, I just want to, first, I want to thank Ms. Van Hook for asking to clarify about the medical workshops or treatments between staff and students. And Ms. Reese, thank you for pointing out the numbers, because it's good to see, and then you realize, oh, that it looks low, but also thank you for clarifying that it was one event. Is it possible to get more numbers and a status of attendance to these workshops and clinics, just so we can keep an eye on it and make sure that it is something, or what we can do to?
We can absolutely work on getting you some more statistics in the next status report. Yes.
Thank you. And then you probably already thought of this, and I apologize if you said it. Can we get a video of or invite the longevity and SPED spotlight individuals to board meetings or at board meetings? I know it's a lot to ask to show up, at evenings, but even if it's just a video, so, because you'd have to subscribe to, if it's online, you'd have to be on that Instagram or Facebook to see it. Otherwise, we can put it out at the meetings. I don't know if that's possible.
Is the rally recorded? No. Okay, so we can do something. We'll figure something out to make sure that they're spotlighted, probably in the August meeting from the rally, all the individuals, even if it's just a PowerPoint and years of service. Okay?
Because this year we had a lot of pictures, but we would go to a site and 30 people would get something. So there were a lot, and it was a really good new tradition. Are you ready for the next round, or are there additional thoughts? Okay. Next, Anchor 3, Communication and Community Relations. Do you have
for my slides? I think it's definitively the afternoon now, so good afternoon, President Anderson and governing board members. Trying to test this to make sure it works. As you may know, I started in late November as the Director of Public Information and Marketing for the district. So these strategic initiatives were determined last school year. And so I kind of hit the ground running as soon as I began to work to push these initiatives forward. There we go. I'm aiming behind me. And so today we're going to talk about those initiatives and goals, the progress and the highlights that we've made, and then later the proposed governing board initiatives and goals. So I apologize for this being the Jessica show. I know other people had tag team their presentations, but we're focusing on strategic anchor 3, and that's communication and community relations. And what I see my department doing is really supporting and amplifying all of the great work that you've already seen and that you will continue to see here today. So today we're specifically focusing under those anchors on 3.1 to develop and refine processes to ensure effective communication, and 3.2, which is to execute a district marketing plan. So under 3.1, the first action item was to revamp all schools' marketing enrollment videos to ensure they're engaging, informative, and visually appealing. And one of the keys to communication is to remember that people connect with people. So taking that approach, we put out content featuring each school through the lens of their principal. This is someone on campus that, everyone should know, everyone does know, and they make themselves visible to the parents and families of our community. Not only does this establish credibility and build trust, but it gives users a glimpse of campus life and the priorities of each school. So far, we've created and released 13 principal spotlights, and they've been widely received, with more than 20,000 collective views across all of our social media and YouTube platforms. I'm not going to test the internet with the example. We'll just move on. Oh, it will work. There we go. With no sound. All right. In addition to those spotlights, that again can be seen across our social media platforms, on our website under the headlines, which is where we put all of our current news, and on each principal's page for their school. Marketing and Public Information also publishes weekly content to promote all schools and programs. Some of the most successful content has featured our DLI programs, school garden projects, STEM projects, superintendent visits to the campus, personnel highlights, and Higley Helps service projects. We have more than 13,000 followers so far across our social media platforms, and that audience gets wider when you factor in media coverage. This past school year, there were 75 articles and TV spots featuring Higley that were positive. In addition to that content, we're also building a library of footage and photos, and that includes aerial footage of all of our schools. And this is a content library that we're going to continue building upon in the next school year. So action item number 2 for 3.1 was to create promotional materials for each school that effectively communicate the value of each school, highlight key areas, and generate interest. And while these actions are still underway, one of my first objectives as I started my role here in Higley was to meet with each site admin team and onboard and discuss their content needs, as well as gather information about each school, what makes them unique, what are their best selling points. So with this information, we assembled in our department what we call cheat sheets for each school. And we're still working with each site on content like the draft shown here on this slide for Higley High School. These types of content and materials will be available to anyone taking a tour and for wider distribution. This work will also continue into next school year. In addition to the site-specific programs and content development, we did a marketing push for our kindergarten programs. We ran geo-targeted digital ads, e-blasts to all families within our boundaries, including those who don't currently attend Higley schools, distributed flyers to all daycare and preschool facilities in and around our boundaries. This was done twice, once in August and then December, right ahead of that kindergarten roundup event. And the kindergarten roundup campaign, as you can see here, some of the stats yielded more than 1,500 link clicks on the social media ads to our website, 432 clicks on those e-blasts that drove to our landing page as well. And in total, we had about 1,300 new user visits to the kindergarten landing page. In addition to the targeted campaign, we rolled out an ongoing general enrollment campaign to promote our schools. So this includes digital ads, geo-targeted social media ads, magazine, print, postcard mailers, and even a billboard that you may have seen on Williams Field in Higley. As of this spring, these ads that started around that December timeframe, and this slide, I'm sorry, is not updated. We have about 1,300 clicks on those social media ads, and I think it's a similar number for our visits to our enrollment pages. And I had updated that slide previously, but I didn't think those changes took. But as of this spring, those were the numbers, and those are still ongoing. So you can see those digitally. We have display ads running on websites. Those are the ads that follow you around the internet. We have social ads, and we have those print ads running in magazines and print publications. This school year, we also expanded our social media presence. HUSD's SPED program is on Instagram. And my department was very excited to learn that Nextdoor accepted our application for an agency account. This is a relatively new feature that allows school districts to communicate with constituents on Nextdoor. And what's exciting about this platform is that it gives us access to 21,000 verified households. When we post on Nextdoor, we know those are users who see our content and they live in the district. It's a great way to keep a pulse on the community. Our next action item was to relaunch an annual district magazine, and you'll see kind of a sneak preview here in this slide. We launched a monthly district e-newsletter. This e-blast goes out to all of our families and has nearly 16,000 average monthly views with over 300 average monthly clicks to learn more about our district on our website. So every time a user reads that body of an email and they're interested in a story or a video or a piece of content or an announcement like an upcoming job fair, they click through to the landing page of our website and learn more. We are also in the process of creating a subscription option for users who aren't enrolled in our district, so that through our website, anyone can receive updates on the district news and events. The next action item was to align our branding efforts district-wide to create a consistent and recognizable brand identity. This is perhaps my favorite and the most impactful goal we accomplished this school year. I'm very proud of my team, especially our graphic designer, McKenna Mattingly, who worked really hard updating our brand and style guide for the district. We launched this in the spring and trained administrators and staff on the usage of the brand toolkit on our website. It's available in the staff page of our website. These efforts will be ongoing next school year as well. We're proud of the resources we were able to provide in such a short amount of time and are excited to continue this work. And with that, I will take any questions.
President Anderson, Ms. Batista, question for you. Actually, I have two. What kind of posts do we put on the Nextdoor?
So we customize our posts per platform because I have a background in digital audience strategy, so I always ask audience first. A lot of the posts we put there pertain to the entire community. We also put job postings on there because we want to cast a wide net. Sure. And anything really district level news. So those school shout outs and things, those are more for our followers. Mm-hmm. But on Nextdoor, we put, announcements for upcoming district-wide events. We put our Teacher of the Year awards on there because it's a really good broad shout out to a lot of our amazing staff members and kind of an overview of the teachers who work for us. So anything that we really think the entire community could benefit from.
Sure, sweet, thank you. My second question, and I think you may have kind of explained this, and I can't visualize, so it's harder. You talked about for the kindergarten roundup how you did one in August, I think you said, and then December. My assumption is that we would do stuff like that too, like for preschool or those types of things. Do we do anything, let's say like around June? I feel like a lot of times families purposefully wait to shop around, or they know that they're moving come summer, like they try to coordinate some of those things. Businesses, I think, kind of do that as well for families, and that could be when a lot of new people come in.
Yes, that's great feedback. We do have we call it a last minute push for those families who may live out of state, who I know don't have our modified year-round schedule. So we do know that's a big moving time for families. And we do have a push, especially for the kindergarten and lower elementary enrollment happening.
President Anderson, one request, Ms. Batista, that I received was to post our board meetings on social media. I think a lot of the community members don't know when our board meetings are, so it would be good maybe a couple days prior to a board meeting to be able to say, board meeting coming up on this day at this time, and here's the address. I think that's a great way to get the community more engaged with our board meetings.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
President Anderson, are you ready for finance and operations? Okay.
So first, strategic anchor number 4 for finance and operations. Today we'll be talking about specifically indicator 4.3. 4.3 is the indicator that aligns with school safety, make sure schools are well maintained and have the appropriate resources to ensure student success. So one of the things we're proud of is that we just finished our phase 1 of a phased approach to surveillance cameras in our schools. So we recently updated all 9 elementaries with brand new Verkada cameras. What that did is, one, it put us with some state-of-the-art technology on our campuses and consolidated our systems into one universal camera system across our elementary schools. We also brought in a representative from Verkada to train our administrators on appropriate use of surveillance cameras. And then the whole process was a collaborative effort between maintenance, student services, finance, and IT. And I want to give credit for maintenance and IT who have really worked together to help support. I've said from the beginning in my position that everything is school safety, but I can't do it all by myself, and it's very important to have the collaboration with interdepartmental work. And so there was a lot of discussions. We meet bi-weekly to strategize and plan and optimize and use the best use of our resources to help make our campuses safer. Another rollout we did this year was our visitor management system. So that was a long time coming. We brought our visitor management system up to date. Prior to this year, it was just sign-in logs. That was not an efficient and effective way to maintain access to our campuses. And so this year, from July 1st till May 30th, ran this report last week that we've had 29,120 visitors come to our campuses. That's been logged and screened to make sure our campuses are aware of who's on campus, and it's screening to make sure that the visitors on our campus are here appropriately. And it helps to keep our campuses safer by screening for registered sex offenders as well. So we also rolled out, this is a big year for safety initiative rollouts. We implemented the standard response protocol across all of our sites and all of our departments. We involved everybody in this process, not just the schools and teachers, but also our departments. We have quarterly meetings now at the district office with all of our staff, IT, maintenance, and we continue to pursue just the universal application of the standard response protocol, and we've enhanced our organizational chart for our emergency management and response protocols. We've also refreshed our two-way radio infrastructure. That was outdated. We were able to outfit almost 500 two-way radios across our district, along with new equipment and a new standardization of the use, as well as a couple emergency channels. And then as Kids Club has over 500 kids participating right now in summer camps, they're equipped with their own frequency and be able to use the radios through not only the summer camps, but also Kids Club on our 9 elementaries and 2 preschools.
In addition, 4.3 defines, not only ensuring schools are safe and secure, but also well-maintained and have the appropriate resources for student success. So one of our main internal systems, facilities management software, the acronym's FMX. We utilize that software to assign preventative maintenance as well as work orders. And so this current year is year 2 of that. And you can see we've drastically leveraged that system to not only log the preventative maintenance application that's being completed, but also share out the ability for site admin, teachers, even custodians to insert work orders to ensure if there's an outlet out or if there is a light that's broken, right? We want to be aware of that, and the more we can leverage staff from all levels to report that, the faster it gets to maintenance's hands and the faster we can address that. And so that's reflected in that number going from fiscal year 23 of just over 1,000 preventive maintenance work orders and to FY24 we're over 3,000. And so that doesn't necessarily mean we have, well, it does mean we have a larger, greater need of maintenance needs, but it just also making us more aware of those needs so we can address them in a timely manner.
And then finally, one of the initiatives working with Mr. Moore is that we conduct frequent and regular safety meetings. We bring together IT, we bring together maintenance and grounds, we bring together rentals, finance, student services, and we meet bi-weekly to talk about overarching needs. Again, safety can take on many ways, shapes, and forms. And so a lot of it requires work, and a lot of work requires money. So to be able to strategize and create short, long, and midterm goals of where we're at and our needs, we've brought in, through the help of the Gilbert Police Department, Threat Assessment Liaison, who has walked all of our campuses, including the Queen Creek campuses, to be able to provide us feedback and recommendations so we can plan ahead for, again, in the long term, short, medium, and long-term goals for how to maintain and secure our campuses.
I guess we don't get to ask questions. There's no slide for that, so we'll just move on.
No questions.
All right, thank you. Are we ready to move on to the 6.2, the proposal and discussion of the 2024-2025 Governing Board initiatives?
President Anderson, members of the board, the slides in this presentation are snapshots of the action steps. So you guys should have a document in front of you like this that will outline action steps and more detailed information. We decided to take the indicators, for example, under Anchor 1, and put them all together at the top, because sometimes we'll take an action and it will address multiple indicators. So you'll notice there's action steps, some fleshed out detail, and there's not a timeline yet because we want to get your approval on these action steps. We can add that, and then we'll add progress. So it's a little different format, but we thought it was beneficial. So in relation to strategic anchor number 1, you'll see 2 action steps there. And it's like we've said all morning or all afternoon or whatever it is. We work on things and we don't leave them. We continually go back, review, revisit, revise. That includes the development of these instructional maps for specials, electives, and core content areas. We also had discussion about the necessity and the importance of PLCs and having expectations and a framework. This would include multi-tiered systems of support to support our students and meet their needs. We've talked about Danielson and how important that is, as well as the use of data and research-based practices. And we talked about collaboration quite a bit. Action step 4 would be to continue to provide resources in relation to social emotional growth, which is part of our strategic plan. And this is in relation to positive student behavior and outcomes. And the number 5 is, we briefly talked about that as well, to continue to enhance feeder program offerings with unique academic and extracurricular programs. So Board Member Schultz brought this up about, oh, can we look at doing some more specialized programs at schools? So you'll be happy to know in Cabinet, we've been talking about some different things a little bit out of the box, and we want to continue to do that because sometimes specialized offerings bring students, which is, we want them, right? But we need to be creative and thoughtful and bring you guys some different ideas as we work through it. So before I keep blasting through this, I think it might be beneficial to pause on Anchor 1. And I wrote down some things already from you guys, but I had written down some of the discussion about include language about students' evidence of learning. I think that's what I heard. I believe we also talked about parents and making sure they're part of what we do in terms of our strategic plan and teaching and learning. We already talked about PLC expectations. So I'm going to open it up for you guys to provide input on these, or I can do like Mr. Walker and say there are no questions. Well, you just left that slide out, so it was strategic, right? You think it's good? Sorry.
Well, I just think it was beneficial to, as we discuss stuff that was
Yes.
coming up, to include it, so.
All right. If you guys are good, we'll go to Anchor 2, proposed action steps. You are. Okay, you are talking.
I'm talking. Okay, so as you can see, establish a climate and culture that sustains excellence and retains high-quality employees. No, I'm not.
No.
No? Okay, Sherry, you're my clicker. Thank you. So to recruit, hire, retain the best employees for our district. Go ahead and move forward. I love that picture. That's part of our job fair. Love that picture. So here are some of the things that we're going to continue, enhance, improve, and implement for this year. The job fairs, of course, will look at the surveys that we received and take a look at what we can do differently or better. Continue to do on-the-spot hiring for sure. That was definitely a plus. Advertise more aggressively, looking for other areas to advertise in, using our social media, using Jessica and her team's resources. And then the benefits package, of course, and then the well-planned onboarding program that we have already, but to enhance that in any way that we can. Other things that we'd like to do is enhance our professional development. We want to provide this year some supervisor training, continue with the customer service training. The online performance evaluations will be for all employees starting July 1, and that would be with the implementation of the new classified evaluation program. So we'll have training and development, like I said, for all of our supervisors since the pilot was so successful. The use of compensation data, Higley Unified HR team put together data and shared it with another school district in the area that is doing a compensation study with a third party. We'll be recipients of that information and be able to use that as we work through next year and see where we are with, based on where we rank basically within the compensation within the East Valley. It's mostly East Valley school districts. It's also some towns and cities, and then also Maricopa Community Colleges were supposed to participate as well. So there's some town, city, education, post-secondary. We've got a little bit of everybody participating in this comp study. Because we shared our data, we get it for free. They had to pay for it, not us. So then provide comprehensive benefits, as we're always looking for ways to better serve our employees with benefits. As you know, when we talked about the new position that will come through Kairos is the nurse navigator. We actually have an interview next week with a possible candidate for that position that will not only be able to assist people with their medical benefits in a way of their specific illnesses, but also with wellness as well, so we can expand our wellness program throughout the district. And that's what we have. That's pretty much where we're at this point. And we will add things as we see a need. Because when you do a survey, you always know that things come back that maybe you never thought about. And we would add those to and present those if needed. Thank you. Questions?
President Anderson, just a couple of things that I didn't mention earlier. You had mentioned on-the-spot hiring. How does that work with background checks?
It doesn't mean that they're given basically an offer letter, but everything is always contingent on a fingerprint card and a background check. Okay. They are not officially offered a position with salary and all of that until we have that information. But we can always rescind an offer if something were to come back on the background check or with the fingerprint card.
Okay, perfect.
It just lets them know that we're ready to hire them, and let's get that process started. We do have laptops set up so people can go in and fill out the whole application. They can do everything right at the job fair.
Okay. And then I had mentioned sometime last year that I wanted to see like a demo of the Danielson, and everything else came up and it just never happened. So I would love to be able to set up some time to just be able to look at what that looks like, and then also to look at some of our professional development that's online, just to see what it looks like for our teachers and staff.
So, Vice President Van Hook, are you asking for that to be a board presentation or
just
work
personally,
study?
I'm just curious.
For you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, if anybody else wants it.
I think it might be a good work study session, you know?
Yeah,
so
that'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do
President
have one
Anderson.
thing to add to that. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
In regards to the comprehensive benefits, we initiated an East Valley benefits meeting quarterly with all the East Valley school districts. So we meet regularly to discuss best practices, benefits, who's doing what, and we do get good feedback from that. And we are competitive with our neighbors.
President Anderson, I know, Shauna, we're not talking about calendar, but we talk about supporting and increasing ongoing professional development. One, I'd kind of like to know what that means. And two, when we've heard from people that they're not getting professional development, the high schools are their teachers are having difficult times with that late start. They're not getting what they feel the time for professional development. They don't have enough time, especially those that teach 0 hour. They've got their 0 hour kids, then they've got that time, and then they go into the late start. I'm concerned that we're not kind of acting on that, I guess, if you will. This is a time and ability for us to be able to do that, and that's kind of also why I've always been proud of Higley, because we're smaller, even though we're a large district, that we can make changes quicker and have them be impactful. So I'm concerned of not meeting the professional development needs of our middle and high school teachers. So I would like to see that addressed here, that they're not getting that that time. And this is what we have this time set aside for and the ability. So I do have concerns on not meeting that.
So Board Member Reese, you do get to have a little preview about the calendar discussion from Ms. Miller here.
Yes, so on the 26th, I believe, the June 26th meeting, you are going to get a pretty detailed presentation on what that committee looked like, the things we discussed, the decisions were made, the rationale behind the decisions, the pros and cons of the decisions, and really kind of look at that. But I will tell you that during those calendar committee meetings, one of the main topics was professional development. I mean, it was hashed out, it was argued about, it was discussed. And the biggest concern was the high school. We worked very closely with Brian to look at the high school required instructional minutes, and that's kind of where we get our hands tied a little bit, and I'll share more with you guys on the 26th, but then working also closely with Ms. Davis on what we can do to ensure that our high school campuses are getting the professional development that they need, deserve, and are wanting. And I think we have a really good plan. I do want to point out the calendar committee is creating calendars from a year out from now, which does tie our hands just a little bit, but there is something that we're going to discuss on the 26th that is something we may be able to do a little bit more quickly if it's something we want to move forward with.
Okay, I know we're not, when the strategic plan was created, professional development was a big piece of that. And when we're seeing that we're not meeting that need or that intention of when this was created, what we're trying to do, I just want to see that we are taking action. And so I guess, yes, the cart's a little bit before the horse, I guess, right here, but as long as that's being addressed, I want to make sure that that's being addressed for this year, that we're not waiting. And I get it, we have calendars and we commit to things, but if we see a need, we need to make a change. And so if it's being addressed in here, then I'm okay.
I'm going to go real quick. Board Member Reese, I think it might be beneficial for Mary Davis to share the professional development plans for next year too that she's been working on. Will you be ready to share that by the 26th?
Yeah, I have a draft. Sorry, I do have a draft of it currently, and I'm working to build it out a little bit further. So yes, by the 26th, I can have more.
Board Member Reese, we also are enhancing for the classified employee. Although Shauna's doing a great job with our paras, we have other employees that need some professional development, so we're working to do that as well. That's what that means for us.
President Anderson, and not to belabor the point, something else that I'm at least interested in hearing what we have and providing, and I also say this understanding that given the nature and size of our district, a lot of our teachers are overextended, and that can make what I'm about to ask difficult. And so I guess I'm curious what plan we have or what we're talking about to tackle mentorship. As Mr. Moore pointed out earlier, we have younger staff than we have had previously, and something that I think is going to be really, really important as we progress forward is that mentorship. Having gone through it here, almost 15 years ago, I'm hoping things have changed. Also having gone through it at a different state level and kind of getting to see the difference of what a larger staff capacity could provide for mentorship, I think that's something that's pretty lacking for us. Again, just given the nature and structure of how it is for teachers. I also recognize and understand there's cost with that because being a mentor, you get a stipend and where that comes from. I think it's a valuable key component, and I guess I'm not really clear what it is we still do with respect to mentorship.
Yes, great question. So we do offer, for teachers who are new to the profession, we do have a mentorship program for them where we do trainings with the mentors and the mentees so that they are coming in for both trainings in that route. We are going to revamp a little bit with that program so that we're meeting with them like the first week of school. So we're not waiting until August or September to bring them in. There was some scheduling conflict last year or beginning of this year with it, but we're going to bring them in sooner so we can get that rolling a lot quicker. And we are asking our mentors to be able to meet with the mentees, I believe it's 2 times per quarter, if not more. And they're logging that and tracking it. And like I said, they're coming in for trainings as well with our district coaches. Yeah.
One additional thing we're going to do is we have some new individuals and new roles, principals, this executive director, and being very thoughtful and intentional how we mentor people in new roles in administration, teaching, etc. So.
Something if maybe we can meet, just so I can kind of get some more detail on how some of those things are. I just feel like when I went through education, my master's program, the statistics were the likelihood of, you know, all of us staying and teaching beyond 3 years is really low, and this is 15 years ago. We are losing teachers quite quickly, and considering veteran teachers are drowning, I think it's kind of a ridiculous feat as a new person. Like, I could not imagine what that would feel like. And so maybe trying to figure out other ways in which we can do some, you know, support beyond just how to teach and how to manage the onslaught of what education looks like today for people, because, you know, we would like to retain you.
Another thing I forgot to mention as part of the new to the profession, the district coaches are supporting those new teachers as well. So they're going out on a consistent basis, observing the classroom, providing feedback, and even helping with planning as needed. So it's not just on the mentor that's at the site, the district coaches are supporting as well. But I would love to have that conversation.
With all the mention of training and keeping staff and valuing our staff, part of that goes, and as it's mentioned, to the training and through the mentorship. Has there ever been talk, or do you think there will ever, and it's not just the educators, it's the whole picture, has there ever been talk of having a training and implementation specialist position to manage?
Tyler's shaking his head no, but I'm saying yes. I did bring to the cabinet this year a recommendation to hire a training and development individual that would report in HR for generalized training. Unfortunately, the dollars weren't there this year, but I will ask again, believe me.
It sounds like it would be something to definitely try to budget for or think harder, because if you can say that you're mentoring and training all you want, you can put out material all day long, and it doesn't actually do anything. In fact, it just overwhelms more than it helps. So it'd be nice to have something more sophisticated as we grow and focus on these in our strategic plan. So I'll just put that out there. And can we get any data on para retention in relation to the hourly rate increases, how those have gone hand in hand, or has it actually made any significant difference in our status or something? Okay. Okay. Sure. Thank you.
And Ms. Anderson, just to reflect, that increase takes effect July 1 too, so some of that data may be being collected as we enter the new year. So
It may take us, yeah, like Tyler said, a full year to have that kind of information to see if we retain.
President Anderson, if I can add, while yes, absolutely, the pay was very welcomed and they were very grateful for that, I do want to point out that The longevity awards that we implemented this year included the paraprofessionals, and we have several paraprofessionals that have been here for 10, 15, 20 years. And to include them in that celebration, the feedback that we received from our classified staff, my classified staff particularly, was amazing. I mean, it involved tears and just super grateful that they were able to be recognized amongst their peers. So it was neat to see.
President Anderson, Ms. Davis, do we have student teachers?
We do. We have, I believe ASU calls them student interns, but yes, we do get them from the various universities around Arizona, and even students coming back home because they want to do their student teaching in the Phoenix area.
And do they have an opportunity to shadow current teachers, or do they just, how does the process work? I guess I should ask.
I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Johnson, as that is not quite my wheelhouse, but I would love to learn.
Thank you.
So that the other Ms. Johnson handles currently, and she works with each university that's interested. We've brought a few memo of understanding to the board so that we could take on 1 or 2 or 3 individuals. Probably ASU is our biggest contributor to student teachers. And yes, they're in the classroom with the teacher, learning, watching, doing.
Board Member Van Hook, something else too, just because I did it recently. Before you can do the student teaching, you have to do a certain number of observation hours first as well for programs. So a lot of times they have a whole bunch of observation hours prior to even student teaching. And depending on the program determines the number of hours. I can speak to GCU's master program. I had to do like 65 hours of observation before I started my student teaching.
President Anderson, members of the board, another component for training from an HR perspective is during benefits orientation, we do go over some of our board policies related to benefits, general leave, vacation, jury duty, leave of absence, things of those natures too. So we are making sure that we're communicating that kind of important information to them as well.
This one's me. All right, we're moving back on to Anchor 3, marketing and public information. We'll continue again, as I mentioned earlier, to build upon the work that we started in school year 23-24, enhancing that enrollment marketing campaign, building trust in the community, and establishing our district as the premier destination for education. And so looking at that, Initiative 3.2, again, execute a district marketing plan. We have one really big project going on right now, and actually content migration started today. What that means is we are transitioning our website and subsequently all of the school websites over from a system called Blackboard to Finalsite. That company, Finalsite, bought Blackboard about a year ago. So they are in the process of changing all of the websites that they purchased, and a lot of school districts were using Blackboard. So we're kind of all in the same boat transitioning over to Finalsite. But fortunately, it brings a lot of new opportunities for us in terms of optimizing our website and streamlining workflows for our staff who populate the content there. So one of our big initiatives into 24-25 is going to be to continue to provide the structure and the processes for our staff to be able to continuously update our website and make sure that they are kind of the hub that we want them to be for information for our district and our schools. So these action steps align with that. We plan to host website trainings to empower staff to utilize all the tools, and website updates, again, to include instructional offerings at each of our schools. And then in addition, we want to focus on enhancing marketing campaigns to increase elementary enrollment and position each neighborhood school as the location for education in their community. And then Karen Johnson had mentioned it before, marketing and public information work closely with HR when it comes to recruitment. So we will continue to work closely with that department when it comes to marketing for those open positions, especially the hard to fill sped paras and bus driver positions, making sure that we get those job openings as far as and as wide as we can to cast a wide net for those applicants. And then on the strategic anchor 3.3, establish relationships in our community to enhance student learning opportunities. Next year, we plan to focus on this quite a bit, and it's something that I'm really excited about. So one of the things that we have planned is to revamp a little bit our business and community partner breakfast events. So many of you attended this event in the spring, and then there was also one that was held in the fall at the beginning of the year. So we're going to work on aligning this event and bringing in our community service liaisons at each site that do the Higley Helps initiative, as well as bringing in our PTO leaders so that it's more of a community partner event. We also like to align it with a goal or a service project dedicated to each site. So really strengthening those relationships and reworking those events to have more networking involved and a shared goal for everyone. In addition, we have a goal of continuing to curate and maintain the contact lists. And President Anderson, I love what you said earlier about, bringing the healthcare service providers into our contacts when we reach out to businesses in terms of partnering with our CTE programs, partnering with different schools and programs. This is, what I would like to build upon as well. And in addition, making sure that we have good contact information for all of our neighborhoods, our HOA leaders, and things like that, so that we curate and maintain these contacts so that when we have these community and business partner events, or we have Teacher of the Year and other areas where we're asking for sponsorships and partnerships, that we have solid networks to reach out to every time. And then again, that subscription option for the e-newsletter. I'd like to build upon the messaging that we're sending out to our own community. I feel like we do a really good job of communicating with our current families and those who are enrolled. And I want to really expand upon those those people who are within our district boundaries that don't necessarily either go to our schools or they don't have school-age children. It's still, educational facilities are the pillar of the community, and I think the information and the events and the highlights that we have going on pertain to everyone in the community. So just making sure that there are opportunities to share that. And that's it. Any questions?
President Anderson. One thing that I think we need to look at, and you were saying that they were migrating our website. We still need to look at teacher pages. We still need to look at site pages. We have information on there that is so old and has not been updated. And that's a reflection of us. And so at the beginning of the school year, parents go on to teacher pages and there's stuff on there from 4 years ago. It's frustrating because then parents think that it's not current, and obviously it's not. And so those are areas we need to continue to look at and update and improve, because that's where our community goes to. And then this is kind of, we were from a community standpoint, and some things have come up and brought to our attention in different fashions, but potentially some podcasts that we might need to do. I know at one point we had heard of somebody doing a finance podcast on basic finance for school districts, and those are other areas we need to look at for our community relations and communicating to our families, especially with an upcoming election. I know Tyler can't wait to do stuff like that, but but just, and again, it's our community relations and on how we communicate with our, not just our regular community that are attending schools, but anybody.
I agree. Thank you.
President Anderson, Ms. Batista, I hope that this new website has a search option, because I've been asking for that for over a year.
We understand, and we are happy to say that it will, and it will be specific to the website. The reason that search option wasn't available this year was because it was bringing up results that weren't specific to our website. It was more like a Google search result page, which is not what we wanted. It would confuse users even more. And unfortunately, because of the purchase of Blackboard, we weren't necessarily getting the support that we needed behind the scenes. So we're working with Final Site right now, we're migrating our content, and we're excited about some of those features that we missed coming back, and about revamping and streamlining some of those other features that we know were pain points for users.
Perfect, thank you. One more update I personally would like to see is, especially for board members, is our email addresses actually listed versus a button that they click on and then it takes them to like an Outlook. And I know it used to be that way where you can actually see what the email addresses are, because it literally opens, 5 individual emails instead of being able to email all board members at once. That's a complaint from the community. So
I'm nodding to Brian because he may be able to elaborate on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so with the new website, all of our previous formats for contact listing doesn't migrate the same way. So it's going to be built a little differently. So emails will show in a way that our community can see the actual email.
Perfect. Perfect. And then another thing is phone numbers for specific individuals, whether it's with an admin or a way that parents can reach teachers. And I don't remember who it was that I looked up, but there wasn't even an email option listed. I want to say it was Mr. Bickle, but I don't remember. But yeah, like there was no email. So email, phone number for being able to reach those types of individuals at each school. Thank you.
If I could just ask, because Katrina brought up a good point about teacher pages, can we get any metrics on teacher pages, how often they're actually used? Because being a teacher, I never set up a teacher page as a go-to point for anything, and I don't know if that's something that's being pushed. So I'm just curious how many people are trying to access those pages.
It's low. We've looked, and I will say one of the big changes for the new websites is that we're doing away with those teacher-specific pages. That includes, and we were recommended this by Final Site because the best practice is not to include hundreds of back-end users into your content management system, which is what the teacher pages would entail. So moving forward, we'll move toward more of a directory style, where you will, and the directory allows us to opt into features such as email address, phone number, name, photo, things like that. So we'll be seeing directory pages instead of teacher-specific pages, and encouraging teachers to use their Canvas, which is, the tool that they have to communicate with their families and students at home, and they could, include that content on those Canvas pages.
So the new website, will it list, like, let's say if you click on like 4th grade, it will list all the 4th grade teachers and then their name and phone, contact information and photo?
It will have a staff directory, yeah, that it will include all the teachers.
Okay. I personally use Parent View to be able to reach, see teacher information. And I know it's specific to my kids, but it would be nice, let's say, if somebody wants to, search a specific teacher's name, to be able to see what they look like and, what grade they're in. Yeah, just general information. So it would be nice.
compared to before, it was, they were listing sometimes assignments and all this other stuff, but then will it have a bio on it, like she's stating, like, I like kayaking in the summer, and
So, I mean, one thing that will go away is having a bio. It's just another thing to maintain that a teacher really, let's not lie. I mean, we've mentioned they're not the best at maintaining their web page because that's not their focus. And Canvas realistically is going to be easier for them to use for a bio for students that are in their class. I mean, at a certain point too, it's a little bit, you know, when we put out a person's information to the whole world, we can't take it back. When it's in Canvas, we control the access at all times. So.
thank you.
I believe we're ready for Anchor 4.
So our proposed steps for Anchor 4 for this upcoming year is still aligned. Student safety is always number one priority, and so we always focus on, regardless of where that falls in the strategic plan, that always rises to the top, no matter what.
So the first two anchor points are, again, 4.1, ensuring district policies and procedures are accessible, implemented, and consistently reviewed. We're continuing to maintain board docs, and then, as we've been practicing, bringing forth policies as they are outdated, and we get updates from statute and any legislation that is implemented through the legislative cycle. So that is going to continue to be at the top of our priority, and something that you'll see on most board agendas throughout the year. 4.2, identify and seek additional revenue sources. Some of the examples I've already started implementing ahead of the 25 year were a Commerce Bank, again, paying vendors electronically for their, vendors who opt into that, right? And then we get a revenue portion share for them being eager to get their money. Again, that's an option for vendors, but a lot of vendors choose that because they don't want the paper check or the process of going through that. So trying to look at different avenues in which we can bring in additional revenue sources outside of the enrollment formula, the state formula. In addition to continue to work with the print shop, that revenue sources has grown exponentially with customers that we've been servicing outside of our district. Not only continue to provide a resource for our in-district teachers, staff, departments, but also external vendors, and then that's additional revenue for the district. And several more as we look throughout the year. So, and I think 4.3 is James.
Yeah, and like I stated before, for this past year, phase 1 of the camera installation focused on elementary, and now we're moving right into phase 2, which is underway as we speak, to supplement our middle schools and high schools with updated cameras as well. With the goal of phasing out old, antiquated, out-of-date systems. And so we're working through a phase 2 throughout this year. Again, I want to give kudos to maintenance and IT because they've taken on the role of not only collaboration, but also installation. A lot of times people would seek out third parties to run cable and conduit and things of that nature. And in this case, they're tag teaming together to do it in-house, and that's a cost-saving measure to be able to provide more cameras because we're saving on the cost of installation. And then the second big focus for physical security for this year coming up is an enhancement of physical barriers around school sites. And so that came about from our threat liability assessments through the town of Gilbert. One of the things that was brought to our attention is that there's a need for what's called a bollard. It's a traffic restricting. You'll see those frequently. Once I was made aware, then I see them everywhere, but a gas station's a common example. There'll be a cement post that's next to the gas pumping machine. In your home, if you have a hot water heater in your garage, you'll have a bollard in front of it so the car can't hit it. So the work on a solution that's not just concrete barriers around our schools, but visibly aesthetic barriers that also are protective measures to protect vehicles from careening into families or students waiting to get picked up from school, things like that. So that's going to help to enhance that And the same thing for our maintenance department. We're working with an architect and engineers to be able to give us ideas, but then we're taking the ideas that's provided and looking to go in-house and install those around our school district.
There is a question slide. Uh-oh.
I suppose it could apply here. So for like increased revenue, alternative sources, I had asked previously, and if we have as like a revenue source of investment, you had mentioned that our money sits with the state treasurer, but the money that sits in our bank, is there any interest that we're earning on any of the funds that we have on hand that could be, you know, revenue to the district with that interest earned?
Yeah, President Anderson, Vice President Van Hook. We are statutorily obligated to maintain our funds at the county treasurer's office. The county treasurer does appropriate interest rates, but it's a minuscule amount. And unfortunately, we're at the mercy at the county treasurer and how they're statutorily obligated to invest such funds. So it's not really an option that we have legally to take our money from the county treasurer and invest it separately. That interest earnings is a very small portion of our total budget. I've highlighted that on a couple times, but I can certainly provide a report via status of our interest earnings across all our funds for this fiscal year. But you'll find it may not amount up to a large sum of money where we can repurpose it back to maybe supplementing programs that we're expending from M&O or something like that. So statutorily, we're kind of restricted, and we do have an attorney here who is familiar with that. But yeah, that is my interpretation on how we are obligated to invest our funds.
So the money we have a bank account, right, for the district. So the money that's sitting in that bank account, it's not a type of account that could earn any type of interest, or?
That bank account is at the county treasurer's office. We have a clearing account with Chase Bank.
Okay.
That is swept monthly, so it doesn't accumulate any interest, and it's swept to the county treasurer. The county treasurer then sits on our cash, right, as property taxes are accumulated, or a tax credit or auxiliary fees are collected. That's the county treasurer sits on that cash and then appropriates interest based on that cash balance. So in a sense, that's our bank account. And again, I can share that report, but it's minuscule in the grand scheme of things, just because of how statute's written and how they can statutorily invest those funds.
Right. No, I'd love to be able to see it, just to kind of get an idea of what it is that we're earning based on the money that's allotted to the district. But thank you for explaining.
I do want to point out too, like M&O, any interest earned on a budgetary fund, with the exception of capital, like M&O, we can't capture. That's just what you call dead cash, so to speak, because M&O is a budgetary fund, formula-based by the state. So whatever cash we accumulate in the maintenance and operations fund, we can really only use to leverage in the property tax. When we're setting our tax rate, we can use it to lower our tax rate because we already have cash accrued or interest earnings to offset any levy that we need to for the next fiscal year. So there's a lot of restrictions on every single fund, but I'll do my best to highlight that in a kind of interest report. So
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments before we move on? Thank you, everyone, for your presentations and your plethora of information.
President Anderson, I'd like for us to take some of this feedback and add it to our proposed document here, and then we can share it with you at the next board meeting just before it's finalized, because it's still in draft form and there's not tons of changes, but I'd like that opportunity.
Excellent idea. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to our action items. 7.1, the approval of the superintendent contract and authorization of governing board to execute the superintendent contract as approved by the governing board. Are there any questions or comments before we move? All right, I motion that the governing board approve the superintendent contract and authorize the governing board to execute the superintendent contract as approved by the governing board.
Second.
Ooh, that's Amanda. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries 3-0. It's officially official. It's officially official.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, 7.2, discussion and selection of board dates for the 2024-2025 school year. Are there any comments or?
President Anderson, I personally obviously will make whatever work that we have to make work. From my understanding, for district cabinet members and overall to make these things a little bit easier, Tuesday is the preferred because of other obligations that cabinet members have. Again, I personally, these are so far in advance that I will obviously be able to make things work months out. If the whole point is to make things a little bit easier in terms of functioning, having cabinet members here is a priority for some of these meetings and all that jazz. So from my understanding, that's why Tuesday was presented.
Board Member Wade, that's correct. There were several times where there were conflicts with conferences or legislative discussions, and members of cabinet would leave board meetings at night and drive 4 or 5 hours. I don't want to point at Mr. Moore, but he's one of them. So this happened to Ms. Johnson too, and it doesn't, it doesn't have to change, but we thought we would bring it forward for your consideration.
President Anderson, I personally am concerned about having a meeting on Tuesday. Part of the reason is just, catching up from the weekends, less time to prepare, and as far as even staff, responsibilities and having materials rushed for on Monday in order to get that posted and for us to be ready. Those of us who travel, if I'm typically, especially if Monday's a holiday, I'm not coming back till Tuesday because I refuse to travel on a holiday. And so that would make it difficult for me. And I understand that, Tuesdays might be more convenient for cabinet, but, for board meetings, ultimately, if board members are there, business can happen, and, we can have board meetings, have votes, and things could move on. So aside from dates, are we also discussing times? Because
Vice President Van Hook and President Anderson, that's for you guys to discuss. We didn't put that on there. I believe we had put in a status report the feedback we had received that was usually the celebrations are between 5 and 6, and then families can leave and go to events or go to dinner. That was the feedback we received and shared with you, that we didn't put time changes on these proposals. But that's
Okay.
up to you guys.
My recommendation also would be to move the meetings to 6 PM. And the reason for that is it allows us the ability to have dinner. I typically end work about 4, anywhere between 4 and 4:30. And literally I'm rushing to get here. And I'm lucky if I can, stop and grab something from Starbucks or whatever's convenient on the way here. And I personally would prefer to be able to have dinner with my family before attending a 5 o'clock meeting. So I don't know if I have to make a motion to add a time to the schedule because it wasn't added.
In our recommendation, it has determined the start time for board meetings.
Oh, okay, so it's on there, okay. So that would be my recommendation is, we're already here, meetings typically with after celebrations, we typically start at 6. So that would be my preference. What do you think?
Day of week at this point in my life doesn't matter at all, whatever the board votes at this point. So I'm currently in a weird chapter of my life, but the time thing, listening to the public, both sides, I guess a couple of people that spoke, they have personal reasons, and I understand that we have public meetings publicly for the public to attend. So I want to make sure that we have, I do want to take into account cabinet as well, because those are very, very long days for all of you that attend. So I just did a little bit of research. I looked at 11 school districts from Paradise Valley, Fountain Hills, Phoenix High School, Scottsdale, Tempe High School, AJ, Tempe L, Queen Creek, Mesa, Gilbert, and Chandler. And that's 11 school districts. So all but one school district started at 6 PM or later. Just putting data out there. And then all of them, 7 out of the 11 had a work study. So we're taking into account having dinner with family, allowing families to have dinner with their families or take care of some things and be able to come in. And then another concern brought up is the length of our board meetings. Some people said 2 to 3 hours is long. I think 2 to 3 hours is sufficient for the fact that we only get to meet once or twice a month. I think it's absolutely necessary. And it's gonna go long when we have a 45-minute celebration for our staff and students. We absolutely wanna take the time to fill it. So 2 to 3 hours, I think we come to expect it. Yes, in the past, we've had some meetings go. I think we had one, in 5-10 minutes. But we're having more thorough discussions than I think it's absolutely necessary. I would like to see a work study or study session be implemented, but I like the idea of the work study being one day and a board meeting being another day, which 5 of the 11 districts that I've researched, they actually do that. So they focus on, and that's assuming that that's all, 5 of the 7 that have work studies are able to get all their district business done in one day a month, and then, have the study session on the other day, which I think would cut back on overall time spent in board meetings. So that would be a recommendation that I would be open to. It's not just having them on, start an hour and then have a meeting and have an hour study session, have a meeting, break it up. This day is strictly for information and just a shorter, true focus 1 to 2 hour meeting if necessary, and then we have a district business meeting another day. So I don't know if I gave any input. I tried to provide data, but this is a tough decision to try to impact everybody that's involved in our board meetings.
President Anderson, I think the work study is beneficial. Ultimately, the way I view the world is time-cost ratio. So I look at the work study is still time and commitment here, and we're still doing the same things. If I think there is a potential concern. I recognize and see the benefit of multiple days, but the same issue that we are already having with respect to getting everybody scheduled as far as the 5 individual board members, not to mention the varying cabinet staff, adding another day I think makes that very, very difficult in that, like, I have to get childcare and those types of things potentially. Go ahead, correct me.
I'm sorry, just clarify, it's not adding a day. We currently have 2 days a month, what we're doing, but changing it to instead of just 2 board meetings. One of the days is work study or study session. The other day is just a regular board meeting. We currently go basically 2 times a month. It's just one is work study, the other is board meeting.
So to clarify on those work study, then they wouldn't be action items?
If necessary, but the whole sole purpose of it would be to do information items, have all that discussed beforehand. So we take it to the board meeting after the fact.
I'm potentially open to that, and I guess where I'm at is I struggle to see how that's really going to change a whole bunch of time from what we're currently doing. Obviously, I am more than willing to figure out how to make things a little bit more efficient for us. With respect to some of those times. I think it is important to keep in mind a potential time change in that we have already talked about if we're having an unwillingness to move it from Wednesday to Tuesday, we are then asking some of our cabinet members to, after a day of work that they are contractually obligated to be here, an extended meeting that they're contractually obligated to be here, and then potential travel after that to other things that they are contractually obligated to do. That is a lot of requirement for an hour of time. And I get that for us, we look at it as an hour of time is not that big of a deal, but if it's putting them driving at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. kind of deal, this then becomes potentially problematic because as it stands now, we usually leave about 8:30 when we start because I think it's important to do the, Higley Adventures and all of those recognitions. That is putting it, again, even later and potential risks. And I don't mean this in a callous fashion, but liabilities to, accidents and vehicular incidents because we have strained staff members. And I just would like to keep those things in mind as we, finagle. I recognize that there are some community members who like the 6 o'clock because of work and all of those things. And I do think that matters. These are also years out, right? So what the dates are ahead of time and some of those kinds of changes. And so I think pushing it back to 6 while also keeping the, Higley Adventures type of deal, I think could be potentially asking for a greater difficulty on staff because cabinet, I do think, obviously we can't have a board meeting if not all board members are here, but we also can't have a board meeting if we're not being presented the information that we're supposed to be presented. And I think that matters because if a cabinet member cannot be here for something, that impacts us. So as far as if we're looking at changing the time to 6, then I would respectfully request that we at least then look at cabinet's suggestion of moving it to Tuesday because it seems as if the Wednesday timeframe is the biggest strain and we're already then putting that strain a little bit more to cabinet specific by another hour if we're not changing the day.
Sure, and I would love to also excuse, I think we already don't require administration to be at board meetings, correct? Which is, thank you for those who are attending today. But I want to make sure that if they don't need to be here, they don't need to be here. And I understand that sometimes questions arise and it's okay to say, we will address that at a later date. Help me understand your mind though, whenever you said driving at 1 or 2 in the morning, would they be driving at 1 or 2 in the morning?
Well, so one of the things that it was requested or put forward to us on Tuesday is because we have some things that cabinet members have to attend. So for example, I'm going to call out Tyler. We had a board meeting, I don't remember what month, I'm sure you do, in which we didn't end till about like 8:45 and he had to drive 4 hours because he was speaking at a conference the very next day. And he had to present the budget to us. So he literally left this meeting to get in his car to drive. From my understanding, this is something that happens not necessarily for Tyler frequently, but for cabinet members because of the Wednesday and when other types of obligations are. And that's why when we were given the dates, Tuesday was a request from the cabinet essentially because of these other obligations that we, like for PD or other things that they have to do, and the timelines of when those are. And so there have been a number of instances in which after our board meetings, certain cabinet members had to go fulfill other obligations.
You called into one, Mr. Moore. Was that not ideal? I was, okay, I'll answer. That's not ideal, but how often have you had to do that, where you had to be here to give a budget presentation, but then leave and have a significant drive back?
I don't want to make this all about me because that is not the intention of this, I know. I mean, that was one instance. There's been several conferences where I haven't been able to attend, or I've had to defer and come at a later date, and so I've missed, professional development. We've talked about professional development. Cabinet's involved in a number of different associations. I sit on an executive board for the Arizona School Business Officials. I'm involved in legislation talks, and I'm also being on the executive board, I have obligations to keep that association running, right? I mean, and you all know you sit on a board too. So I think a lot of cabinet members also are involved in different associations, whether it be the Ed Side, SPED, Jessica's in the Public Information Association. So not only do we want to prioritize PD for all staff, right? I think we were just trying to create some opportunity for us to attend some of these PD sessions as well. Ultimately, we're going to go with the board's decision, but and I can call in, right? That is an option. But some of those conversations are better held in person, and I hate to say this, but like sometimes our technology isn't always working appropriately, and some of my deadlines are statutorily, and so even I know the deadline, sometimes the forms are not out from the Auditor General, and those stack up to maybe everything on one date, and which I can't change. So it's just my 2 cents, but I know Sherry and maybe other cabinet members can speak to their obligations too, or associations that they're involved in. But
and we can hopefully, there's a lot of things that we are held to timeframes where we have to have them on board meetings, and there's other things that if need to be, we could push them out. Like when we ask for things, it doesn't have to be the next board meeting, of course. But it's going back to Ms. Van Hook's concern about Tuesdays and being able to review the agenda thoroughly. We would be able to adjust our process. We'd have to push it back, and Ms. Zimmerman would have to speak on this. Is that even an option? Because that was a tough topic before, of trying to push it the other direction to meet the timeframe for review. So I don't know.
Right, just being able to get the agenda a week prior, or now we're getting it on Thursday, then it would have to move to Wednesday. And yeah, so a lot of dates are gonna have to play if we're moving those dates, but also when there are holiday weekends, even like going out of town, for instance, if we're getting, an agenda or whatever, and on Thursday, and then we're going out of town and coming back on a Tuesday, like there's just a lot in play for, and I could only speak for myself. For me as a board member, the middle of the week works best because then it doesn't interact with, being out of town, whether you leave out of town on Thursdays, come back on a Monday or Tuesday. Those other days kind of play into travel if people are traveling. We've seen it with our, during the superintendent interview process, like people were traveling and just, different days weren't working. And then also making sure that we never have a 10 a.m. meeting, again, because those like me, I work and I took the day off today without pay to be here. So We need to ensure that our meetings are held on a day that, falls on a day and a time where most board members can attend and business can happen. And I understand that there are obligations, for others. You guys serve on boards, you have other meetings. But the primary role is your employment here as, for instance, Tyler, your employment is here, and you being on a board is something that you decided to take on. So that's a decision that you can either call in if you're not able to be here, or, determine whatever the priority is. But us board members are the ones that have to be here in order for a board meeting to occur.
President Anderson, I think we're losing sight of what the intent of board meetings are in general, and that intent is to best serve the district as a whole. And so I think it is important to keep in mind what our focus is. And yes, while we are important as board members to facilitate that specific thing, our job and responsibility here is to do what is best for the district overall. And it is definitely beneficial for us as a district to have staff members continue to improve themselves and be the best possible staff that they can be, just as much as, we have staff members who have either volunteered to be a part of things. Some of these are contractual obligations. You have to be a part of certain PDs or certain aspects in order to fulfill some of your requirements as a staff member here. We also volunteered for this position when we chose to run for a board. And so, I think that is important to keep in mind. The overarching for all of us involved is what's best for district.
Yes, to both of you. We definitely need to find the medium between community and staff and board. Again, I don't care what day it's on right now. It doesn't affect me. Mrs. Wade, you said it doesn't affect you either. If we are able to move it to Tuesday and we can get confirmation that it is possible to shift how we receive information and when we receive information, so that when we come to the meeting we are better, prepared, then I don't see a problem with it. But I don't want to speak for other people. It's unfortunate there's three of us, because I would really love to have the other two individuals' input. Attendance is huge, and like I said, when we choose to be on the board, we need to also keep in mind the attendance of our board members, so that we can have a full house to have a discussion with on our limited time together. Are there any motions anybody wants to put? Go ahead.
I don't. Something else I was going to say is, the benefit is we get to decide whether we do Tuesday or Wednesday. These are out for the year, whereas there are other things or other obligations of cabinet members, i.e. the superintendent search, those types of things that are not anticipated or not known ahead of time. So I think it is important for accountability of all of us here as board members, in that we are vitally important in order to engage in this process, and I'm not negating that. We chose to do this specific role understanding what obligations were, and the benefit is us getting this out ahead of time. So, for example, and you've been on the board for longer than I have, but over the course of the last year, when my husband and I talked about vacation, we looked at what board meetings were to ensure where we're at. The reason I missed one last year is because I had scheduled that vacation with the intent of not being on the board. So I think there are some things to keep in mind in that our position is a little bit more flexible in that we know these things, this won't. Again, there are unforeseen circumstances like the superintendent, but like there should be accountability to us in that we chose what this position was. We chose to volunteer knowing what this is, and we are given that ahead of time. Whether that's Tuesday or Wednesday is irrelevant. My point is we know what those dates are, and so it is up to us, and we agreed to making that work.
President Anderson, I move to approve the calendar for board meetings on Wednesdays at 6 p.m.
I do want to note there's one board meeting that's on Tuesday, the 15th, that's bolded. That's because we have a statutory obligation on the 15th to approve the annual financial report. And the way our fall break lands, you can't be done prior to that.
For which date?
October 15th.
So can we have a meeting on the 9th?
That's fall break.
Oh, it is fall break, sorry.
The two, yeah.
So with the exception, so I can, so with the exception of October 15th? So I move to approve the calendar for Wednesdays at 6 p.m. with the exception of October 15th being on Tuesday at 6 p.m.
Do we have a second? Okay. I'm not going to second this one because I do want to try to maintain or do the Tuesday to honor, if that helps to have more of an aligned schedule for our staff to attend, but I would like to entertain the idea of moving it to 6 p.m. and do a Tuesday at 6 with the work study one day and the board meeting the other day. So with that motion, I guess it's a failed motion, then I'll bring up my motion. I motion that we have our board meetings, move our board meetings to Tuesdays beginning at 6 p.m., designating on the 2 days a month that we have board meetings, one be a study session and one being a regular meeting.
So it's better to have admin here versus board members being able to attend meetings. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, well, I apologize. Then I misunderstood that you would not be able to make Tuesdays. I thought you were supposed
It's
to have to
very
do the
difficult
agenda.
for me to make Tuesdays versus Wednesdays is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I'm sorry. I misunderstood that it was the timing of the agenda, not the attendance. I apologize for that. I missed.
For clarification, I was under the impression that Tuesdays were not desirable because it gave you less time to look at the agenda, not ability to be present.
I happen to travel often, and so for me, Tuesdays are difficult for me to be here. So if it's more important to not have board members here, sure, we can move it to Tuesdays. But that is a problem because of the fact that I travel often, and I typically will go either, Tuesday is when I come back. Most of my travel is typically Tuesday. And I, work remotely. So sometimes if I'm traveling, I'll work remote and I'll wait till I'm done with work before I travel so that I don't have to take time off in order to travel. But
President Anderson and Vice President Van Hook, while I respect that you travel, we also have two other board members who also had to leave today for travel. I think it is important to understand that there are more involved than just the three individuals here when it comes to having needs beyond the board.
there are also two board members that aren't here whose terms are ending. So technically, them having to vote on something for future board meetings that they might not be a part of is a concern for me as well. So, I don't know.
Okay, with my motion not being seconded, I assume, then.
I will second the Tuesdays at 6 in terms of accommodating one or the other kind of deal. So the 6 p.m. being a change and the Tuesday being a change, I'll second that, and we can vote and then move on from either doing a new motion or something else.
I don't know what to do at this point because I've motioned and it's been seconded, but is it too late to say, can we table it until we have 5 board members, or do we need to get this done today?
I don't know. We have 3 board members here to make a vote and to have to table it we have a quorum.
Understood.
We should be able to vote.
Understood.
And it's frustrating for me when we have these meetings and we want to table it because there's board members missing. We have a quorum. We should be able to make a vote. So if you made a motion, it was seconded, let's vote.
Okay.
President Anderson, can I clarify something with Ms. Zimmerman? Did you avoid on the Tuesday proposed meeting schedule, did you avoid Monday holidays?
There are no board meetings following a Monday holiday on the Tuesday schedule.
So that might be helpful information, maybe not, but it was hard to necessarily see it all on, this calendar. So President Anderson, Cabinet will respect whatever decision you guys make. The only concern is there's one more meeting before July. So, and we're sorry this is so late. It's just been a very interesting year, right? So we support whatever you guys decide.
Thank you for being thoughtful around the holidays and clarifying that. With it motioned and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Nay. Motion carries, nope, yes, majority, 2-1. Just a second to record this. Okay, moving on to 7.3, discussion and possible action to submit policy priorities for inclusion in the Arizona School Board Association 2025 political agenda. Thank you for Ms. Zimmerman and Ms. Richards for making sure that this got out way in advance. This is a lot, and I sweated going through it, how we would possibly get this down to 5 bullets. I did end up calling I forget his last name, the representative from ASBA, Chris, I don't remember. Cotterman? Is it Cotterman? Okay, God bless you. Because I asked him, I said, we've done this for years, but I've never been certain. So I just want to make sure, I'm just going to state it, what's expected is, it's not necessarily the headings that we're focusing on, although we can, but it's all the bullets and trying to get it down to 5. We can have more than 5. They just said 5 was ideal. So I will open it up to anybody and I'm going to do my best to take notes on which items, actually, I have a second printed version, of what you would like to bring forward. Does anybody want to go first?
Clarification. I thought we were doing the overarching categories. That was the email that was sent out, was the overarching categories with potential top choices in that? Or did I
So-
misunderstand?
Board Member Wade, sorry if that was confusing. I called Julie Bacon with ASBA and said, can you help us navigate this? She said some districts pick 5 out of the 7 colored categories and submit that. Is it Cotterman? I've lost my mind. Yes. He got on the phone and he said that's acceptable, but it's helpful if you pick bullets because they're more specific. So, and then I think we picked 5 categories and 1 bullet. We support whatever you guys decide. So either way.
And with the, we can actually submit other things that we think we would like for them to focus on as well, or change wording of, or delete, or ask to delete. I would.
If it pleases the board, I think that we should look at identifying those overarching categories and then maybe 2 plus or minus, of like the best bullet points for our district specific in terms of, time and the like, considering it is 2:15.
It's interesting because you say that in my circled bullet points, although I didn't get to 5, fall under just 5 of the tabs. Yes, I mean, so if we want to, Ms. Van Hook, do you want to follow kind of that lead, or would you like to address specific, or we will address specific bullets, but.
President Anderson, what were your 5 categories?
Thank you. My 5 categories were improve outcomes for all students, which is the green one. The next one would be the orange, school safety and security. The next one is the other orange, adequately and equitably fund district schools. And then the last is blue, preserve and strengthen local control.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4.
Oh, that's 4? Oops, 1, 2, oh, you're right. Oh, because I had one to add under red, require public accountability for taxpayer dollars.
Given our district, I had the same 5 in that, rural and remote schools aren't necessarily our biggest focus. If Board Member Van Hook, those 5 overarching categories, is that including things that you already were leaning towards, or is that not including the categories you were after?
I wrote down things that, about each section, that I would like to take the opportunity to read. I didn't necessarily highlight specific items under each category. There's obviously student safety is a top priority for me, but I wouldn't select any of the bullet points that they have under here. Other than that, obviously improving outcomes for students. But again, I think their bullet points are garbage.
Were there any that you wanted to add for the tabs that we can change?
For school safety, it's an item that is on our that's going to be on our, bond and override election, but we're only allocating $2 million to our safety. I would like to be able to see more money go to that, yes, but I don't necessarily, I didn't select any of their bullets, so I don't know how I would reword it, but, change, I don't know how I'd reword it. I didn't follow the instructions that we got later.
President Anderson, I would like to suggest that maybe that we just do those 5 tabs. The one thing I would like to say for a potential bullet point that I think avoids what I hope would be potential issues that any board member might have, because I think this would be beneficial to us specifically, is actually 2 bullet points. I think they happen to be I lied. They happen to be inadequately fund district schools, the first point, but they're things specific to us. The first is provide full-time K through 12 funding, or kindergarten funding. So if you look on the left-hand column, the second bullet from the bottom says fully fund full-day kindergarten, including kindergarten students in override calculations. We've talked about in budgeting how that's not included, and we provide, it's full-day kinder. Do we have half-day kinder? Yeah, that's what I thought, okay. It's full day, so we are paying for something that we're not getting money for, and I think most places overall have kind of progress towards full-day kindergarten, but as we all know, Arizona's laws for education are I won't say ancient because they're the decade of my birth, but they're old and outdated. And so I think that is a real beneficial hope for our district if we could get the funding also including those students in the override calculations when we talk about that, because it's money that we're spending that we're not really getting in for, And then the second one, because mostly that way Tyler can stop having to talk about it, the repeal of the constitutional AEL, considering the fact that every year we're beholden to the state legislature on whether or not they will or will not do the override. I think those avoid anything other than those are just straight benefits to how we can function in terms of financing our district here.
Okay. I think it'd be good to stick to the tabs, the 5 tabs, unless you don't agree with and you want to make any recommendation.
I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't agree with what they're doing, and I mean, this whole document shows the true nonpartisanship of ASBA, and at one point they pushed for local control, and then at another point, thank you, sorry, I totally forgot. So yes, I don't like the fact that this entire political agenda is very one-sided. That completely shows the fact that they're not very nonpartisan. So I can suggest things, but I don't know if, I guess I could suggest it and see if you guys agree. But I wasn't prepared. I didn't follow the instructions that we got later. I thought we were going to discuss each category, and I was going to explain what my concerns were and go from there. So
as far as adding items, is it possible to put on there, like, we would like for them to advocate for or find a way for there to be interest-bearing investments in?
I think that is one of the ones,
Is
or
it?
something similar. That's the preserve and strengthen local control. I think it was in there.
I didn't know if it was
The
specific
third
to
bullet
that.
point says allow school districts full flexibility in the divestiture or use of taxpayer, wait, nope, I lied, not that one.
But specific to that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if is that too big of something? Is that even something to attack? 'Cause I know that's a huge breakup of the system of how it is. And then if we want to add some language to support that, something they can work on, and or also, it would be nice if a public service like this, where we're volunteering time so many hours and having to miss work, if like jobs, this is big, and just call me silly, I don't care. Treat it kind of not like jury duty, but where jobs can exempt the absences for the time that they spend at board meetings, something to that effect. We need to take into account that this is 4 years, and just even the minimal time that we have on our calendar and that was not even close, and we may have doubled it this year. And so I think that'd be something to step outside the box and look into to support these people, and might even get more people to run, so we're just not stuck with a smaller ticket and other people have that opportunity.
Obviously, President Anderson, I, agree with you in those types of things. I think there were some things to at least hopefully encourage more people to do, i.e., you're trying to get signatures. One of the options is like an electronic thing. I say this with love as a longtime government teacher. These are lofty goals. Most of these things aren't going to come to fruition. I think what ends up happening is you collaborate and you collect what do you think are our biggest bang for our buck kind of deal based off needs. It's also difficult given that, you have your rural versus urban districts and the needs of them and how they vary. I think those things matter. I think two of those things, the stuff that's specific to board members, while I obviously personally would agree with that is going to be very low in terms of this is benefiting students or schools overall, whereas that just benefits us. Don't volunteer will be the answer that we get from that. As far as the divestiture with respect to the Treasury, obviously I'm not involved in finance, and I definitely know absolutely nothing about financial law and all of those things. What I do understand sometimes with government funds is I may pay person A with person B's money, knowing that money will come in and I can just transfer around. And so I think that's part of the reason why the state keeps it and they don't give us that option, because then they can move it where it needs as they need it, because it's kind of a rolling thing with respect to property tax and the like. Yeah, so I think those things are fine, and I don't necessarily feel like we have to do specific points if we don't. I understand and respect Ms. Van Hook's resistance to a large portion of this, considering where she feels on a lot of these things. I don't know how much time you want to give to trying to create verbiage around something that A, we're not necessarily that knowledgeable in, or B, is very, very far in the future kind of in terms of goals for that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think the state treasurer is going to be something that's going to be anytime soon kind of deal. So I just don't know how much time we want to give to that.
Sure, fair points. I just want to get the ball rolling. If you never put it out there, then there's absolutely going to be no opportunity for change. And I see your point regarding like this is more supposed to be more for the students and the districts, but they do already have, like you stated, that one bullet for the signatures. So yeah, it's personal to board members at that point in time, and I don't think there needs to be any time spent on the language. I think we just put it out there. These are just topics you guys, we're paying you, we're supporting you. They may be like, you know, and just toss it, but if not, they're like, hey, we never thought about that. Let's see if we can organize some language or even effort around it. That's all.
So do you just want to?
They're just additions. Nothing changed from what we have.
What I'm saying is, do you maybe want to make a motion to do those 5 points because at least 2 of us agree in order for a quorum to move on from that? Because they're going to do this regardless because this is the purpose of the ASBA in terms of like their overall goals and all of that. I still would like to include in that motion those 2 points specific, the funding of kindergarten, because we lose funds in that context, and I'm sick of talking about the AEL with respect to the state. That thing needs to change. And then including the 2 that you talked about in terms of, I don't know how to word that, but you know, that can be your job as the president when you send that off to Ms. Zimmerman.
Challenge accepted.
I know how I would word that because I know how it is to not be allowed to take today as a civic duty day. So I would like to include to allow school board members to be able to have a civic duty day and have that count as whether it's, you know, same day as voting or whatever. And so, yeah.
Thank you for that. Do you want to make that motion?
What was the other one?
The addition one, something to the effect of your concern about interest-bearing investments, if there's a way that we can make that happen through the banking or that may just be too big of a thing to attack. I didn't know if that was a thing.
I don't think that's gonna, with the way the state has to function, just because of the way they're gonna get it. I don't envision that ever being on the
Shake it
table.
up. Tyler's like, please don't.
Throw it out there for all we care.
Okay, if we're not ready to word that, if that makes no sense, then let's not do it. I was just trying to find a way to advocate for another way to bring in money through your.
I don't know. My understanding is there's other school districts that do invest their money. So I don't know how some districts can do it and some
Public
don't.
school districts cannot legally. Charters, I think, might have different opportunities because, again, most of these laws were written pre the existence of them. But public schools, that's the state law.
What law is that?
I would ask Mr. Moore what the statute is for the fact that he is treasurer.
I don't have the ARS number, but I was just talking to our attorney, like we're not aware of any school districts, public school district charters I don't think have the same statutory obligation as public school districts. So they may have the authority to invest their funds, but we do not. So the only other thing, Vice President Van Hook, is at Scottsdale Unified, when I worked there, we had a self-insurance trust board where we invested self-insurance trust funds in an investment pool, but that was a separate trust board that was created from the Higley. It would be like the Higley board authorizing a self-insurance trust board. It gets into we're not there yet. I wouldn't recommend going that route yet, but that's the only fund that would be eligible.
Okay, so just leave it off for now, since we're that recommendation for them to prioritize.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
President Anderson, one thing I will say is on the red section that require public accountability, the first tab talks about establish financial and academic transparency for all institutions and individuals that accept public funds, which includes charter schools. The idea, if we actually, let's pretend that that world exists in which charter schools now are beholden to the same things that public schools have been beholden to for a while because they get public funds, that could then potentially start to change some of that because they already are engaging in some of those things. So it would create a necessity to have to answer that question of either, yes, there is hope because they're doing it and they're going to continue to allow them, then we also can piggyback off of that, or they're going to have to end that because they don't allow us to. If we require charter schools to be beholden to the same finance laws that we are, because right now they aren't.
Which ones are we wanting to put forward? Just the tabs, is that what you're asking?
So we're just doing tabs?
We're just going to do tabs. And then reinforce the bullets underneath the 5 tabs. So the 5 tabs was the green one, improve outcomes for all students. The red one next to it, require public accountability. The orange one below that, school safety and security. On the back page, the last 2, the orange and the blue.
What is it?
Just those last 2.
Both of them?
Yeah, that would make 5. And then enforce specific bullets. Am I saying this as correctly, Ms. Wade? Is that what you're wanting to say? Yeah. Underneath these? So if we're going to do bullets, for the green one, improve outcomes for all students, I like to fully restore the 9th and 13th grade CTE, CTED equitability and funding. And you had?
That's the AEL and the full day kinder. It's on the other side.
God
so
dang, thank you.
Well, I know, but you can keep that, so then you can.
Okay.
You don't have to flip.
So we're doing bullets?
Well, what is the word I'm looking for? I used the word enforce.
Showcase. No, don't want that one.
Those are the ones we're emphasizing, I guess, underneath those tabs. So underneath, did we have one underneath the green one? Oh yeah, fully restore the 9th and 13th grade CTE, CTED equitability and funding to increase access to work-based learning and expand window of opportunity.
First and third. Bullets.
For you?
No, that's what you just read. That's what you're.
I just read the 3rd bullet.
Increase compulsory attendance age from 6.
You want that one?
She was just saying the 9th, the CTE one.
I didn't read that one. That one wasn't. Oh, okay.
Can you explain bullet 1 to me? So what are they trying to do here?
No, the attendance age. Increase the compulsory attendance age from 16 to 18 years. Is that what they?
Yeah, what is that?
Ms. Richards, can you explain to us exactly what they're asking for?
I can address that one if you'd like.
Oh, thank you.
Currently, there's state statute that requires compulsory attendance in Arizona from age 6 to 16. And what they're asking for is to make it mandatory for students to go to school until 18.
So truancy laws, for example, oftentimes as a high school teacher, senior students are like, I'm done with this because I know my life, and there is no truancy laws to hold them here because it caps at 16. So if they're over the age of 16 and they decide to drop out, there's not a whole lot legally that keeps them there. This would change that until the age of 18.
While Ms. Van Hook's reading through, were there any other bulleted points that you wanted to stress?
This is look, if we're going to talk about it, require public accountability for taxpayer dollars spent on education. Bullet 2, repeal any programs that give public funds for private school vouchers. That hurts our attendance a lot more than competing with charter schools does. So, yes.
I personally wouldn't support that because I've seen so many of students leave public schools and go to a charter or private school and be so successful. It worked for them. I mean, it's not a bullet point that I would want to bring forward and stress.
That is totally fine. To be clear, the only bullet points I really think and suggested for today, we can include the CTE one, were the two that were financially beneficial to our district. And in my opinion, I don't really see anybody being opposed to those, given how it is just a direct financial benefit. It would be my recommendation that we do the 5 overarching categories, the few bullet points that we have just suggested, the creation of the other one that was mentioned, and then, move on.
The last bullet there, support policy that encourages eligible voters to exercise their right to participate in elections. What is that? What in the world does that mean?
I believe that's what we would call berries and rainbows, and the idea of, yes, you would like 100% voter participation. Like, I find that to be I don't know what that would mean or what that would look like in practice. I agree with you.
And I don't understand the whole thing with the ESA. Like, I don't understand why people feel so threatened. If we have competition, it forces us to do better, just like any other business. So,
President Anderson and Vice President Van Hook, if it is agreeable, I would like to make the motion so we can do what we've discussed so far. I don't think amongst the three of us, especially trying to deal with some of these other bullet points, we're going to make a lot of gains just because there are only three of us, and the wide scope of our beliefs and understandings, as well as some of the bullet points, are vague in nature and make it difficult.
Now, how mandatory is it that we even select these? Can we just say we don't want to participate?
Vice President Van Hook, it's totally your choice. And yeah.
They're just seeking input as they go from all districts. It's absolutely not required that we submit, but if we're showing that we support, which whenever at the delegate assembly that they would bring that forward. I believe the last one I went to of the votes, like what the school districts across the state were supporting, what they were trying to emphasize as important, and then they use that further.
And I very much, President Anderson, would like to, because I do think some of the things at least that are there deserve our input, and again, also stand to directly benefit our district a lot if some of these things could be even close to accomplished, or at least continue to get there.
And I think that's why our intention was to get it down to bullet points and not just labels, because there are bullet points I support and there's bullet points I don't support. And then when we just pick a label, it makes it seem like we support every single thing down the row.
And I absolutely do not. There's a lot that I don't support under each category. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, put a motion on the table. All right.
You're going to have to help me with the language because I've not done one of these. I usually let others. I motion that we, where is this one? Thank you. I motion that the governing board approve these priorities submit to ASBA by June 10th, and that the governing, we haven't done that one. The submission of the priorities are the 5 points that we highlighted. Do I need to read those out, or can I just say the 5 points that we discussed? Including the 2 bullet points under adequately and equitably fund. That would be the repeal, the AEL, and the funding full day kinder, including the bullet point under improve outcomes for all students, the fully restore 9th and 13th CTE, because I think that's great. And then including the civic duty one, thank you. I completely was spacing out on what that is. So I don't know what category that civic duty one would be in. However, we would submit that, but that is what I motion.
All right, second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those against?
Nay.
Motion carries 2-1. Ms. Zimmerman, I didn't say that over the mic. Did you get it when I motioned and seconded and said the? Okay.
I did. But one thing we're doing is who is submitting these?
Oh. Do you want me to submit it, or do you want to volunteer to?
What do you mean, for the delegate?
This is not for the delegate that's submitting this. If you're cool with it, you.
I'll absolutely do it. So with Michelle Anderson filing the submission online to add to the.
I would do another motion.
Okay.
To assign her to submit.
I motion that Board President Michelle Anderson be the one to submit.
Do you want her to restate the whole motion?
No.
Okay.
Just because the first one's done. Just going to submit.
Okay, just making sure. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, aye. 3?
For you to submit, aye.
Yes.
But not the original motion.
Gotcha. You almost got me on that one. All right. That amendment to the motion carries 3-0. Holy moly. All right, moving on to 7.4. Consideration and possible action to appoint a delegate to serve at the Arizona School Boards Association Delegate Assembly. I motion to appoint Anna Van Hook to represent Higley Unified School District as a delegate to the Arizona School Boards Association Delegate Assembly to be held on September 7th, 2024, and for Amanda to serve, Mrs. Way to serve as the delegate. I'm sorry, the alternate delegate.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Just throw you there in there.
The only thing I would ask is, Board Member or Vice President Van Hook, if you don't agree with any of the things that the ASBA is trying for, I don't really understand your desire to go and participate if
because
the desire is to disrupt what ultimately individuals are trying to do to better education. So I'm not supportive of that, in that I would rather go myself, but, you know.
I think that it's good for them to have a different viewpoint. That's why I would like to attend, because I think if this is truly about our schools and nonpartisanship, I think the different viewpoints are important.
Board Member Van Hook, I agree with you that different opinions are important, and that's part of the lobbying process. The whole point of this, though, is to have people who are there representing that specific issue. So your desires, your beliefs, and those types of things are absolutely represented in terms of how the lobbying process works when it comes to legislation. These are individuals who are working forth and what is best planned to lobby for that. So I don't necessarily agree that the way you're viewing this is what is in the best interest of what the ASBA's ultimate goal is. Also, President Anderson, from my understanding, we nominate one and the other is an alternate.
Still attend.
Oh, okay, then, sure, yeah, gladly.
President Anderson, I move the question.
I'm sorry, what?
You made,
A motion?
you made the motion, it was seconded.
You
I moved the-
seconded.
I moved the question to vote.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you. 7.5, approval of the Higley Governing Board override argument. Do you all have that in front of you? So after comparing this to the previous ones, I felt like it was similar enough and to the times and the moment that we are in. The only thing is, under the second paragraph, it says, first sentence, this proposal is not a second sentence, is not a tax increase. It is an extension of the voter-approved 2019 maintenance and operations funding for special education, teacher compensation, and essential. Essential what? And is that, there's a word missing, I would assume. And if we're hitting a 200-word limit, second paragraph, second sentence.
Can we mention in there that it is a tax extension?
It is an extension. Yes, it does, yes. Are there any other comments or any feedback anyone would like to give regarding this statement?
President Anderson, I'm going to defer to Ms. Batista if she has an alternative word to plug in there. As I've stated, I think in the board agenda, this has to be limited to 200 words, and this is exactly 200 words. So
Obviously, I was really focused on getting that word. No, I do need to look in my documents real quick, so I just need a minute.
Was there any input from the board in the meantime? And Ms. Batista, I apologize for not catching this sooner. I literally caught it today, even though I've had it in my hand. So I apologize for putting you on the spot.
can I make a recommendation on that last paragraph where it says HUSD is nationally recognized for our fiscal responsibility? We could just strike R.
Love it.
And then on the back end of essential, and then essential services.
Programs.
Programs.
That's what it was. It aligns with the priorities done in the survey.
Maintain our word count.
I motion to consider, discuss, amend if desired, and if deemed advisable, to adopt I'm on the right one? Yeah, adopt a resolution approving the governing board's argument in support of the special maintenance and operation budget override election.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Since I've voted no on everything else related to the bond, I'm just going to go with that.
You oppose?
Or bond override.
So an opposed?
Yeah.
No, okay. Let's make sure. Okay, motion carries 2-1. Moving on to 7.6. Approval of fiscal year 2025 proposed budget. Are there any questions, comments, discussion on the table? I motion that the governing board approve the proposed expenditure budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 3-0. 7.7, approval of participation in simulated instruction in mathematics with advancing evidence improving lives. It's open for discussion, questions, comments?
Yes, I do. 7.7. I'm just going to read my statement. Regarding this simulated instruction, I'm worried about the reasons for collecting data in an educational setting. The approval letter from the review board for the simulation study says that both teachers and student data will be collected. Even though the letter says the risks are minimal and privacy measures are in place, the opt-out consent process for parents is a cause for concern. This means student data could be collected without parents' explicit permission, which raises serious privacy concerns. Although the program is supposed to be for teachers and uses simulated computer students, the IRB letter is unclear about whether actual student data might be collected. Even the slightest possibility of student data being collected highlights the need for strict boundaries and transparency. Parents shouldn't have to opt out to protect their child's data privacy. Collecting extensive data from teachers is also alarming. While the goal is to improve professional development, this could lead to invasive monitoring and data mining of educators as well. The DEI focus of AIR combined with extensive data collection might result in personal and professional data being used in ways that could negatively impact teachers' careers and privacy. The IRB's approval for waiving or altering consent for student data collection is also concerning. The idea that the research can't proceed without these waivers suggests a lack of full transparency and informed consent. This undermines the rights of students and parents who should have a final say in whether their data is collected and how it is used. The risk of misuse or unintended consequences of this data collection is high, especially given the sensitivity of student and teacher data. With that, I don't support anything that collects data on our students and staff and how it's used and how the data is sold. Is definitely a concern for me.
Ms. Richards, when I read through the attachment, I believe it's the overview possibly, the third attachment, at the bottom, on the very last page, it has the Appendix A, information requested from district administrative records. Is that the information that they'll be, is that the student data list right there?
So I'm going to have Dr. Lindsay address that because she's been working with Mary Davis on this. I will state that our coach tried to ask AIR which districts had participated, and they said they weren't allowed to even share that. So there are big, broad safeguards in place, plus exclusive parent notification, permission, or opt-out. But
Thank you, Mrs. Richards. I'm not sure if this answers the specific question, but I want to point out our governing board policy LC is relations with education research agencies, which provides authorizations for the district to cooperate with college, universities, and other recognized research agencies in promoting potentially useful research. And when AIR approached our district about this opportunity, the team spent multiple meetings with AIR talking about the benefits for teacher professional development, and we reviewed all of the systems that they have in place to protect our students and our staff, and we compared that with all the expectations, guidelines that are outlined in our governing board policy, and reviewed the documentation, and also have created our own information to send home with our families so they know what the involvement of this study would look like in terms of the students and the benefits that it potentially has for our teachers and their professional learning. So with all of that, those conversations and those meetings in comparison with our current policy, I feel like this is a really great opportunity for the district and for our teachers, and so that's why we're bringing it forth. And with the policy, we feel what we're asking for the board to approve today is for compensation for our teachers and our coaches that are voluntarily participating in this study, because AIR has compensation available to participants, and it's been my understanding it's been a best practice within our district to get board approval that they are able to be compensated by this research firm.
On page 6, it says the study team will protect the identity of individuals from whom we collect data for the study and will use them for research purposes only. School, teacher, and student names will not be linked to the data collected, and the data will be kept confidential. Administrative records, survey data, interview data, and coding from video observations will be stripped of any names or district IDs. Is that helpful in any way?
But they are also a third-party company who is getting that data. So they get the names, but then they strip it. So how is that not a privacy violation when they, as a third-party company, are receiving student names?
Vice President Van Hook, we are stripping that information prior to giving it to them, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Berkshire to provide more information.
So I had an opportunity when we were beginning to explore this to look at not only the information in terms of data sharing that they provided, but also look at the actual grant that this is a U.S. Department of Education grant that they are working with. So there are some certain requirements related to how they're using this information. One of those is that they can't monetize it. Their research will be presented in aggregate for districts and schools to use based on what they find out. In terms of the district information that's being shared, from my understanding, we will submit a data file, but instead of presenting student names, it would be non-identifiable numbers, basically. So a student would be assigned a random number, and the personal identifiable information that's included is all demographic information that is already currently available based on our student handbook and policies.
So instead of getting a student name, they get a number.
They get a number, a random number.
And that number can't be tracked back to the
Correct.
student.
Correct.
Okay.
Vice President Van Hook, I don't know if you guys got a copy of the document here, but it goes into data breach response plan. You have that, right? So I think it's helpful how because they are a federal contractor, they're reviewed and they have to take all steps to avoid a data breach. So, and they're a company that we've worked with in the past, and they're very highly respected and regarded. They're not fly by night, you know.
I mean, my fear is I've seen data breaches of, state agencies.
Sure. Yeah.
And so it still concerns me. Just any time where there's any type of data mining and data sharing, it's definitely a concern for me. But I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, I motion that the governing board approve 4th and 5th grade math teachers and coaches to receive compensation from AIR for their work in the SIM with the SIM PD.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Sorry, I just
sorry.
I just have one question. So this isn't to, so you guys are already using this?
No.
So we don't need approval to
We've
to
had
use it?
informational meetings about it, and we've provided teachers an opportunity to indicate if they're interested in participating. So the next step is to set up the PD for next year, and as outlined in what we put in status, just the timeline, it's a 2-year program, so some teachers would be chosen to participate in a year 1, others may chosen to be participated in a year 2.
Okay, so we're not voting on the actual use of it, we're voting if teachers should be paid to use it.
If they can be compensated by the research firm for their participation.
Got it.
Teachers and coaches.
Okay. I'm so torn. Obviously, I want them to be paid for their time, but I don't like the idea of even using them. So, and the board doesn't get to vote whether we use them or not.
I would just refer back to the policy LC, and because that's what we utilized anytime that we're approached with potential research or requests for research, which we do from time to time for doctoral dissertations and other projects. Districts have the policy LC in place, so we can vet those projects and make sure everyone is protected. And IRB is a pretty rigorous process to ensure that all of those measures have been taken. And as I shared with our review of the documentation that AIR presented to us, we feel comfortable and feel like this is a great opportunity for our students. And of course, parents have the opportunity to opt out, and we'll clearly, and we have draft communication that we would share at the beginning of the school year with those particular teachers, classes that have been selected to participate, so they have the opportunity to learn about what's taking place and then opt out if they don't want their child to be recorded or any of their information to be utilized.
Sure. Okay. So with that, I'll vote yes. Thank you.
Motion carries 3-0. Thank you for the questions and the explanations. Moving on to 7.8, ratify payroll and expense voucher 1101. Discussion, questions, or comments?
I had asked for this to be pulled because I wasn't sure who was purchasing these books again, and I noticed that 3 of the books were the ones that the grandfather at the last board meeting spoke about, and it was explained that they were purchased for the committee to review. So now that I know why it was purchased, I'm okay to vote on it.
Thank you for explaining that. I motion that the governing, or were there any questions? Okay. I motion that the governing board ratifies the payroll and expense voucher 1101.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 3-0. For future agenda items, we talked about having a status or an information item regarding the mastery versus projected-based learning, what that would look like, I believe. And then there was talk about the Danielson demo. and the mentorship program. I would love to.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, to be clear, I'm
great.
totally fine with just having, I'm just interested in what we do.
I think it'd be great to share with the whole board, whether it be in an information item or status, or I think information item just to show us the full picture and what it looks like. But
The mentor
yes,
plan.
the mentorship.
Sure.
There's a lot of mention of the legislative decisions and meetings and things coming to fruition. Is it possible for, and this is not necessarily agenda item, but it affects agenda items, to, in status or even in email, send us links to that, when that happens, or what you're reading, where it's coming from, or the videos? I don't even, you don't know what you don't know, so I don't even know when to look, or even then digging through all the websites. I'm looking at you, Tyler, because you're in it a lot. But is it possible to keep us, make us be proactive by providing those links that you're using to see what's happening in the day-to-day? Miss Van Hook probably, she's like, no, thank you, I already know all this. But for legislation, yeah. For myself, I'm a science person. I don't know where to begin.
I mean, certainly we're part of like several, again, policy advocate groups, so they share updates. I think we can maybe try to formalize a process to get that information to the board as well as in a whole. Maybe it's, yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. There's a lot and they're repetitive sometimes, so we would need to be thoughtful not to avalanche you, but give you, what you need to know.
Okay.
So. We get updates from Arizona School Board Administrators, ASA,
not the,
Arizona School Administrators. We also get it from Guppy Mac, where they break things down for different groups, superintendents, curriculum and instruction. They're really, those are the
is
main
it
ones.
separate email for just legislative updates, or is it
Yeah, we
combined?
get something from Alexis that is more along the lines of
Yeah, she's from EFRG, Education Finance Reform Group, so there's a number of different acronyms and advocacy groups that we're members of.
Well, and it could just be another little addition to our status, just another section, and it can just be, hey, this was important to this week or whatever, if it doesn't take up too much time. And I know I said it was about me and me wanting to learn, but really I'm focusing on leaving a legacy for the new board that will be stepping into the seats. If it's a practice already in place and it helps them to be more educated and feel more confident in this position, so be it. I think it's just a great practice to have, to educate people. Is there anybody else, any future agenda items? Okay. 10.1, I motion to adjourn this meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries 3-0.